Biography and Comment, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. Poems by John CLARE. Biography and Comment by Norman Gale. Part 1. In tracing the origin of John CLARE, it is not necessary to go very far back, reference to his grandfather and grandmother being a sufficient acknowledgment of the claims of genealogy. Following the road at haphazard, trusting himself entirely to the guidance of fortune, and relying for provender upon his skill in drawing from a violin tunes of the battle and the dance, about 30 years before Helpston heard the first wail of its infant poet, there arrived at the village the vagabond and truculent Parker. Born under a wandering star, this man had footed it through many a country of Europe, careless whether daily necessity required from him an act of bloodshed or the scraping of a harum-scarum reel designed to set frolic in the toes of man and maid. At the time of his reaching Helpston, a Northamptonshire village, destined to come into prominence because of the lyrics of its chief son, it happened that the children were without a schoolmaster. In his time the adventurer had played many parts. Why should he not add to the list? Effrontery, backed up by an uncertain amount of superficial attainment, won the day, and this fiddling Odysseus obtained the vacant position. Of his boastings, his bowings, his drinkings, there is no need to make history, but his soft tongue demands a moment of attention. We may take it for granted that he picked out the fairest flower among the maids of Helpston as the target for all the darts at his disposal, each of which, we may be sure, was polished by use. The daughter of the parish clerk was a fortress easy to capture. Depicted by himself, the rascal loomed as a hero, till at last the affair proceeded beyond a mere kiss, and the poor girl pleaded for the offices of a priest in order to save her child from the stain of illegitimacy. However, the schoolmaster proved glib of promises, but fleet of foot, for on the day following his sweetheart's revelations, he was nowhere to be found. In the course of time, John CLARE's father was born. In his turn, he grew into the want of a mate, found her, married her, and begot an honour for England. John CLARE was born at Helpston on the 13th day of July, 1793, and born into a heritage of handicaps, to say nothing of the fruits of exposure to rough weathers which were ripening in his father's system. The boy had the disadvantage of being one of twins, a sister accompanying him into the world. His mother suffered from dropsy, and we may well believe that what life the children sucked from her breast contained elements threatening their future health. Small and frail, the lad had the additional misfortune to open his eyes in the cottage of a pauper, instead of in some abode where his natural weakness could have been nourished by foods giving inward encouragement, and of a sort sure to result in the building up of hearty fibre. Despite all these early rebuffs, John CLARE kept hold of life. When still very young, he set out full of faith to explore the junction of earth and heaven, for on the horizon he could see the point of their meeting. In this incident, as well as in many another of his childhood, it is easy to detect signs of a spirit triumphantly unfitted for residence in a clay hovel at Helpston. As luck would have it, a kind of rough-and-ready poetry was not altogether out of the boy's reach, for his father's head was stuffed with innumerable odds and ends of rhyme, some of which he was in the habit of reciting to his son. Entertainment of the same sort was obtainable from old Granny Baines, a weather-worn cowherd, to whom the future poet was attracted by her store of ditties, whose especial cronies were the wind and rain. Under such illiterate tutors, little John CLARE moved closer and closer to the soul of poetry, musing while he put a limit to the vagrancy of the geese and sheep for which he had been appointed guardian as soon as the main part of his schooling was over. His departure from the scholastic bench took place when his years had reached a very unripe total, for with only 7 birthdays entered in his book of life, at an age when a child is usually at the commencement of historical and geographical perplexities, he was turned out into the fields as a wage earner. Instead of feeling elated at his escape from the scholastic coils of Dame Bullimore, as many a lad would have done, John Clare, being aware of his budding wits, although unable to comprehend the motive force from within, looked round his small district in search of fresh educational territories to be conquered by his brain. Having saved a few pence, he made overtures to Mr. James Merryshaw, the schoolmaster of Glinton, and in the duller months of the year, when days were short, he attended certain evening classes, notwithstanding the fact that the journeys involved taxed his boot leather severely, for Glinton is nearly 5 miles away from Helpston. Here he learned well, but not altogether wisely, if we may agree that the boy's struggles with the intricacies of algebra were conspicuous for misapplied energy. But something more valuable than baffling equations resulted from John Clare's connection with the sage of Glinton, for Mr. Merryshaw made him free of his books, thus feeding more and more that desire for knowledge which sprang up in him not less rapidly than a mushroom grows in a meadow. Even in such a loose piece of biography as this, an essay which has no other aim than to glance in passing at the salient features of Clare's career, a little space must be spared for mention of the boy's year of service as factotum at the Bluebell at Helpston, where he had almost as much leisure as work, because it was here that his hermitical notions and moods of dream increased at an extraordinary rate. Served by travelling pedlars whose packs let him share in fancy the terror of Red Riding Hood, the adventures of Valentine and Orson, to say no word of Sinbad's amazements, the small student entered for the first time into the recesses of fairyland, there to lave his hands in its abundant jewels, while making extortionate demands upon the swiftness of genies. Little by little algebra went to the wall, yielding as much to the boy's spreading passion for nature's feast of grass and flowers as for the limitless enchantments born of imagination, since at this period the list of impulses communicated to him by wayside blossoms, by clouds, by winds, and by the easy ballads of thrushes, daily grew longer. The boy began to appreciate the largeness of God's school as compared with the limits reigned over by Dame Bullimore and the pedagogue of Glinton, and his increasing sense of hearing enabled him to receive into his understanding fragments of those sermons which are preached by stones. Hunger for expansion lived and lusted in his heart. No better example of this fury of craving could be adduced than the story of how the young poet entered into a combat with circumstances in order that he might obtain a copy of Thomson's Seasons. Mental agony, as well as a superlative degree of hoarding, went to the purchase of that coveted volume, the history of which is fully set forth in Mr. Frederick Martin's stimulating Life of John Clare. During these glowing months the boy of genius had not ceased from utilizing every chance scrap of paper for the purpose of jotting down his exercises in rhyme. By means of a forgivable trick, he secured the verbal patronage of his father and mother, who could not see any merit in his verses till he pretended that they were the compositions of others. As poem after poem was written, their author stored them in a cranny in the wall, a retreat at last invaded by Mrs. Clare, with the result that she was wont to help the boiling of the kettle by burning underneath it the early pipings of her son. At this point, the youth in whose story the interest lies being 16 years old, Cupid, with no loss of his bright qualities after so many centuries of exercise, comes into the recital. To John Clare, who was moving rapidly towards the full worship of all things lovely, Mary Joyce appeared to be nobody less bewildering and enchanting than a stray from heaven, and though he was prevented from wearing her, the dice of fortune falling adverse from the box, he never ceased to regard her as his ideal. Of the many pathetic incidents of his life, Not the least touching is the fact that in his years of a broken brain, he cherished as a chief delusion the belief that Mary Joyce was indeed his wife. What the feelings of a nature so intense were when the father of his sweetheart intervened, as the proverbial slip between the cup and the lip, we can only conjecture, though the tracing of results is easy enough. After leaving the tankards and the horses of the Bluebell, John Clare cast about him for some other form of employment. Escaping the pains of stone-cutting and cobbling, he succeeded in becoming a gardener's apprentice at Burley Park, the seat of the Marquess of Exeter. Parker Clare began to think that his son was born with an invisible silver spoon in his mouth, while to John 8 shillings a week, with lodging free, smacked of the robber's cave in the Arabian Nights. In reality, this position was altogether undesirable, for the head gardener, not content to degrade himself alone by an excessive swallowing of stimulants, actually devoted his best efforts to make drunkards of his pupils. Unfortunately, temptation loomed large at the very moment when Clare was ripe for mischief. Romance was worsted by swipes. The indignity of the episode may be held to excuse the slang. By means of such thin nepenthe, regret for the loss of Mary Joyce grew less and less, and it not infrequently occurred that the new apprentice slept off his potations by the hedge-side, with no better blanket than a mist, and with the damp turf for sole mattress, thus unconsciously taking in a cargo of ague and fever for future unloading. At last Clare, in company with another lad who was anxious to show a clean pair of heels to the abstract and concrete brutalities of his master, fled to Grantham, and thence to Newark-upon-Trent, where both the runaways obtained work under a nurseryman. But Clare was homesick. His mother's face was as a magnet, pulling him to the familiar hovel at Helpston. No longer could he obey that decree of divorce from his native scenes, pronounced against him by the impalpable judge and jury of circumstance. One day, after a terrible journey on foot, he burst into the hut of his parents, weeping for joy to gain for his body the residence which his spirit had occupied so long. No sooner had Clare returned his muscles to the various tasks of a farm labourer than he harked back with a love greater than ever to Thomson's Seasons, reading it as he went to and from his work. The chief part of his leisure he used for the composition of verses, an occupation which served to fix upon him habits of timidity and shyness, especially as he was without a single sympathizer. Because of his strange manners, his fits of abstraction, as well as of uttered enthusiasm, his appetite for solitude, the neighbours passed from mere mockery to whispers of a mind diseased, and even of a nature beset by the black ministers of magic. The fact that about this time his mother, for the purposes of fuel, made a clean sweep of his poetic accumulations, did its share to loosen his moral control, and when his attempts at gaining encouragement from Mr. Thomas Porter and patronage from Lord Milton, to whom the parish clerk of Helpston displayed the rustic poet, failed, he betook himself, this time of his own accord, to the drunken company of the worst livers in the village. Much of Clare's future misery proceeded from this lapse. Before bad example had done its utmost to ruin him, Providence, in the somewhat unusual disguise of a recruiting sergeant, came to the rescue. John's period of military service was brief, for after being instructed at Oundle in the goose step, that foundation of a glorious career under arms, the corps of which he was a member was disbanded, and he was enabled once more to assume the civilian smock at Helpston. For all booty he had a second-rate copy of Paradise Lost and The Tempest. A matter of more importance, however, was the fact that he had departed from the pernicious influence of the roisterers who were leading him to destruction. A number of small adventures were not slow to follow his short intimacy with the clothes and tools of war. What with his trial of a gypsy's life, and his courting of several girls, one of whom, Elizabeth Newton by name, drove him into a fit of melancholy by playing the part of a jilt. In this state of mind, nothing could have suited him better than change of scene, and his departure to Bridge Casterton, there to learn the details of a lime-burner's trade, happened at a moment fortunate for heart and head alike. It was while he resided in this neighbourhood that he confided to Mr. Henson, a bookseller of Market Deeping, the fact of his colloquy with the Muse, following the avowal by a display of his powers. This confession was the germ of a wide circulation. And now we are arrived at a fresh, and as far as matrimony is concerned, a final love. Clare being now 24 years of age, it was high time for him to nurse an established affection, and he was lucky to win the heart of Martha Turner, the Patty of several poems to be found in the collected works of the poet. To him, Martha was another waif from the skies, even though she tortured her poetical admirer by the time-honored practice of appearing to waver between two suitors. The conduct of this episode was made up of petty events, prosaic enough to the onlooker, but sufficiently lethal for the parties most interested. Tiffs, sour looks from parents, despairs, showers, rainbows, were the constituents of Clare's courtship. A flat and always fortunate wooing would doubtless have been hostile to poetry. Because of his longing to supply two mouths with the necessaries of life, and because it was clearly proved that Cupid would not even be able to munch a satisfactory portion of crust if the lovers founded their faith solely on the wage of a lime-burner, Clare conceived the idea of publishing a volume of song, his mind appointing Mr. Henson of Market Deeping a comrade for his project. A month devoted to the base uses of the treadmill would not have cost the poet more labor than did the composition of his prospectus, 300 copies of which the bookseller agreed to print, as well as a specimen sonnet for £1. But this trap for subscribers was baited with too much candour. If ever a poet met with a crushing response to his first appeal for a hearing, surely John Clare was that man. 7 patrons came forward, more, we may guess, in kindness than in hope of literary luxury. Clare, of course, experienced the superlatives of disgust, and when the printer of the artless prospectus wrote to inform him that the adventure must drop unless £15 appeared to back it up, he could not withhold himself from replying in a strain to the last degree impolitic. To add to his griefs, a rather wide gulf was at this time yawning between Martha Turner and himself, the bridging of which was a feat of engineering extremely hard to accomplish. Moreover, and here is an illustration of the proverb that it never rains but it pours, the owner of the lime kilns discharged his lyrical servant on the score of his inattention to business, the whole neighbourhood being somewhat scandalized at what was considered presumption, for labourers of Clare's type were not required to assert themselves in prose, much less in poetry. The disappointed lime-burner, with a heart given up to aching, returned once more to Helpston, where he would have starved but for parochial relief. So Genius sat down to eat the parish loaf. However tightly twisted the rosebud may be, windy and sunny fingers will unpack it at last. At the very moment when Clare was reading himself as the peculiar prey of disaster, he was destined to behold the bright back of the cloud which had confronted him with such ominous persistence. By strange approaches, the news of Clare's devotion to and production of poetry arrived at Mr. Drury, a bookseller who was on the point of taking over a business at Stamford from Mr. Thompson of that town. In company with a friend, Mr. Drury proceeded to Helpston, interviewed the astonished poet, glanced through some rhymed samples, and finally declared his intention to publish a volume at his own risk. Hearing which intelligence, Clare once more rose heavenward in the balloon of hope, forgetting how certain it was that impediments to free flight would make themselves manifest. Owing to the offices of Mr. Drury, Clare became acquainted with Mr. Gilchrist of Stamford, a gentleman with an Oxford education and a grocer's shop, who played the part of a true friend to the poet, if we accept his action in making public some verses of Clare's which had more wine than inspiration in them. It has been contended that Mr. Gilchrist filled the post of patron with a want of reserve which made Clare feel his position acutely, for the eating of humble pie has never been a really popular amusement. Be this as it may, lovers of poems descriptive of rural life and scenery have a great deal for which to thank Mr. Gilchrist. After promising Clare to undertake the publication of his first book, Mr. Drury experienced a few bad hours. To begin with, the ill-spelt, rope-tied, unpunctuated mass of manuscript entrusted to him by its author had a most unpromising aspect. He tested it as best he could, but, as the glow of the adventure had already faded a little, found no particular reasons for comfort. In this strait he enlisted the acumen of an acquaintance, a clergyman, whose name was, somewhat appropriately, Twopenny, in order to see how the verses might strike a contemporary. The prophetic Twopenny, with brutal candour, described Clare's bundle of reeds to be so much twaddle. When Mr. Drury delivered this oracle, the grief of the poet was such that the bookseller was shocked. Had it not been for the anguish of the singer, it is quite possible that the bookseller of Stamford would have departed, with decent circuity, from his bargain. As it was, he determined to procure yet another opinion. He happened to be a relative of Mr. John Taylor, the London publisher, to whom he dispatched the uncouth manuscript in question. Mr. Taylor's were not as Mr. Twopenny's eyes. He knew diamonds when he saw them, even though a polisher had not exerted his craft upon them. End of Part 1.
Biography and Comment, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Poems by John Clare. Biography and Comment by Norman Gale, Part 2. Before proceeding to describe the effect made on the public by the appearance of poems descriptive of rural life and scenery, it will be necessary to revert for a moment to the affairs of love. No sooner was the first quarrel between the sweethearts swept away by the broom of reconciliation than the flame of passion, burning to a conquering height, made a bonfire out of the broken materials of virtue. This disaster was followed by fresh bickerings. Martha Turner found it impossible to be for ever displaying a cheerful front. Her tears, her reproaches, her simple tricks to make Clare jealous resulted in a serious breach. Clare, listening far too readily to glib and evil persuasions from within, appears to have convinced himself that he was the injured party, whereupon he began to wound Martha by flirting outrageously with Betty Selle, the daughter of a Souththorpe labourer. This inglorious behaviour received a sudden check just after the publication of Clare's book, by reason of a letter from Martha Turner, in which she spoke of her coming motherhood, and implored the author of her shame to cleanse her in so far as he was able. Truth to tell, Clare was by this time well nigh assured that Betty was his favourite, but he had the manliness to follow the right star, and on the 16th of March, 1820, was united to Martha at Great Casterton Church. A month after the wedding, Anna Maria Clare was born to him. As this marriage would hardly have been possible but for the stir occasioned by the poems, we may now give a short history of the events immediately following their issue. Although the art of preliminary puffing was as yet in swaddling clothes, so to speak, Mr. Taylor contrived to interest a large number of his acquaintances, some of whom had access to the columns of certain periodicals. Moreover, Mr. Gilchrist's magazine article had proved a useful forerunner. The book itself was born into a golden clime. The reading world happened to be sick of metropolitan and modish fare. Clare's birds and May blossoms came as a tonic to all who were desirous of a change. The triumph of the country over the town was of the completest sort. Customers poured into Mr. Taylor's shop in their anxiety to purchase copies of the labourer's poems. For once the critics and the public were agreed. Journals of fine stature joined with insignificant prints in praising Clare to the skies, and when this new writer actually succeeded in carrying the defences of the Quarterly, it was allowed on all sides that lion hunters were in luck's way. Clare was the fortunate in some of his advertisers. Rossini and Madame Vestris brought him into further prominence by means of a musical setting and of recitations at Covent Garden. Genius in hobnailed boots and a smock frock shouldered aside the more usual figures of literary London. While all this was taking place in Fleet Street, as well as in the aristocratic sections of the capital, rumours of Clare's amazing success reached the county residences in the neighbourhood of Helpstone. General Birch Reynardson gave him to eat with his lackeys, and Viscount Milton flung 17 guineas into his lap with as much feeling as he might have thrown 17 crumbs to a cur. In great contrast to blue-blooded vulgarity of this stamp was the Marquis of Exeter's treatment of the poet. Although a more liberal display of tact upon his part would have enabled Clare to leave his mansion with a heart given over completely to joy and gratitude. Friends of Clare are not likely to forget the generosity of the Marquis. An annuity of 15 guineas for life was indeed a handsome backing of the Muse. Because of this gift, Anna Maria Clare was born in wedlock. Without it her parents would not have been able to marry as soon as they did. Foolish folk spared the poet none of the customary agonies. He was pestered by inquisitive visitors. Collectors of autographs bullied him for his signature, and the owners of albums plagued him to encourage them in their whim. Some persons of the goody-goody type improved the shining hour by sending him an assortment of tracts, the fate of which is wrapped in impenetrable mystery. Clare was a simple child of nature, certainly, but we may almost take it for granted that he left these precious effusions undigested. The news that Clare was about to trust his bones to London almost paralyzed his rustic intimates. Generations of romancers had made strange impressions upon the provincial mind. Particularly full of odious vaticinations was James Burrage, an old farm labourer whose head was stuffed to the bursting point with stories horrifying enough to make Clare's flesh creep. According to this authority, London thoroughly deserved the doubtful compliment of being compared with Babylon. He declared that there were trap-doors in the streets, down which wayfarers flopped into cauldrons of boiling water, amid the plaudits of ministering cutthroats. Clare quailed, his parents wept, and his wife approached within measurable distance of hysterics. But even the prospect of being cooked in this casual manner did not suffice to deter the poet from visiting Mr. Taylor, of Fleet Street. That he set some value upon the legends of James Burrage is proved by his adoption of a small device to baffle the trapdoor operators. Believing safety to be resident in a smock frock and in boots the soles of which sustained grinning rows of hobnails, he set forth upon his journey thus attired. He was not long in regretting his precautions, for he soon perceived that his costume evoked from onlookers merry comments and derisive glances. In the end, Mr. Taylor supplied him with an overcoat which covered the defects of his attire. Whatever the heat of theatre or drawing-room, whether among lords or commoners, John Clare clung to this garment with the courage of despair. What his agonies were, because of his raiment, when driven into a corner by a countess for a tete-a-tete, we can do no more than dimly conjecture. In the course of this visit, Clare was introduced to Admiral Lord Radstock, who took a great fancy to him and remained a firm friend, and to Mrs. Emerson, a lady who, seeing that her purse and sympathies were always ready to alleviate the mischances of young poets and artists, might be described as a female Maenas. To this rather gushing and sentimental patroness of the arts, Clare from time to time addressed letters which were not devoid of the elements of wildness and platonic passion. At last his emphasis became so absurd that Mrs. Emerson requested him to send back her portrait. Had a jug of cold water been poured down the poet's neck, he could not have been more cooled than he was by this piece of diplomacy. The shrine was despoiled. The picture was dispatched by the next carrier, and doubtless Martha, who must have hated the sight of Mrs. Emerson's face, congratulated herself in secret. There is no need to say more about Clare's first visit to London, if we except mention of the fact that the mighty city's chief effect upon him was to fill his breast with yearning for the oaks and rivulets round about his native village. A week in the metropolis had been more than enough for the countryman. As he rumbled homeward in the coach, he had dreams of unsullied waters and unsmoked rainbows, and he counted over his country joys as a miser adds up the total of his various coins. At the top of his treasures stood his wife and baby, for, with all his platonic declensions from the state most comfortable to Martha, he was an affectionate husband and father. About this time several hearty friends strove with might and main to secure a competence for the poet. A sum of £420 was the result of their earnestness. But when it is remembered that Earl Fitzwilliam and Clare's publishers were between them responsible for no less than 200 of this amount, the harvest of solicitation is not notable for bounteousness. Dr. Bell, a friend of the right complexion, extracted an annual £10 from Earl Spencer, so that, what with this gift, the Marquis of Exeter's donation, and the fund, the genius of Helpstone was possessed of an income of £45 per annum. Clare felt a very menacent throughout all these transactions, and even went so far as to disavow them in letters dispatched to his noble helpers. Had it not been for the persuasions of Mr. Gilchrist and the amusing invectives of Dr. Bell, he would have kicked with greater persistence against the pricks of charity. As soon as the harvest was over, Clare made an end of labouring in the fields. He was under agreement to hand over another volume of poetry to Messrs. Taylor and Hennessy for publication early in 1821. It was now his earnest endeavour to fulfil his share of the bargain, and he bared his forehead to inspiration. Clare always felt himself cheated and empty of ideas when shut up within four walls. The Muse would not follow him to his fireside, but she would frolic with him in the livelong day in the open air, filling him with buoyancy, kissing his lips, and smoothing out his wrinkles. Seated inside an old oak, whose heart had gradually passed into the atmosphere, Clare was wont to pour his soul in song, and so fruitful were the hints of his unseen companion that he soon had a great collection of new verses. All that he approved he desired to publish, but Mr. Taylor spoke a few strong words in favour of weeding, suggesting to Clare that he should play the part of Herod towards some of the children of his imagination. A deadlock ensued. For a time the poet was adamant, the publishers marble. In this difficulty Clarke bethought himself of Mr. Gilchrist as an excellent agent for the casting of oil on the troubled waters. This gentleman, however, was thick in the squabble of his own, and when Clare appeared unsympathetic he displayed a spirit very much huffed. At last the tension between poet and publishers became less, with the result that in the middle of September the Village Minstrel was ready for purchasers. The 2 volumes were handsomely presented, the type was beautiful, and a couple of steel engravings made a brave show. Despite the attractions of genius, despite the various ornaments, the Village Minstrel met with rather an icy greeting. Among the several explanations of this coldness put forward by the publishers and by certain friends, the likeliness is that the season of issue was not wisely chosen. In this year such gods of the pen as Scott, Byron, Shelley, Wordsworth, Keats, and Lamb distributed joy to many a reader, so that poor John Clare naturally ran a great risk of being overlooked. It was now proved how dangerous had been the heat of his first welcome. Superlatives had been done to death. The lion hunters had exhausted their Treckley compliments, and were now eagerly scanning the literary horizon in the hope of seeking approach, a fresh victim. Moreover, some injudicious persons had decanted more upon Clare's poverty than upon his remarkable powers. It was the general opinion, as Mr. Martin points out in his Biography, that a really capable poet should be able to support himself. If he did not succeed in so doing, then he was but a dabbler while pretending to be a priest. The logic was of the sort to shrink from scrutiny, but it contented the shallow sufficiently well. To my thinking, the charge of 12 shillings for these 2 volumes was a factor in the neglect which overtook them. Be this as it may, a collection of verse containing some exquisite and lovely pieces, and marking in some respects an advance upon the forerunning book, fell upon the stony patch of indifference, there to remain while verse of 50 times less merit enjoyed a vogue out of proportion to its worth. In a word, Clare's second luck was the exact opposite of his first. In days saddened by the reflection that he had failed to hold by the glory which he obtained at his first venture, it was balm to Clare to know that Robert Bloomfield at least warmly approved of what lukewarm triflers failed to appreciate. In the summer of 1821, not long after the meteoric appearance at Helpstone of a minor poet, who presented Clare with a sonnet and a £1 note in a glorious burst of bounty and condescension, Mr. John Taylor passed a few hours in the little Northamptonshire village. Under the guidance of Clare he reviewed many of the spots which the poet had celebrated in song, and in some cases he was amazed to find how Clare had compelled dull localities to yield strains both abundant and beautiful. But to gather roses in a desert is child's play for a genius. Upon taking leave, Mr. Taylor invited Clare to spend a few weeks in Fleet Street. Luckily the poet decided to avail himself of this offer, for about this time he was far too frequent a visitor at the Bluebell, where he had his corner reserved, and passed for the chief of the assembly. This meant more than sufficient exercise for the gullet. The bad habit contracted at Burghley Hall was strengthened at these sittings, and Clare, deplorably unstable in some mental particulars, approached nearer and nearer to that abyss which had engulfed so many great wits. The winter being over, Clare departed for London. He was something of a bolt from the blue to Mr. Taylor, but that gentleman was not slow in welcoming his client, though he looked askance at the gay pocket handkerchief in which contained the whole of his friend's luggage. As the publisher was very busy, he delivered Clare into the keeping of Thomas Hood, who, in turn, handed him over to the head porter of the firm. The poet was not long in finding his way to the house of Mrs. Emerson, whose hospitality was as frank and unstinted as ever. Here Clare met Mr. Rippingill, a young artist with a dash of Dick Swiveller in him, who had a strong appetite for noisy pranks. In company with this unreflective spirit, the peasant from the Midlands attended some very dubious functions, penetrating to quarters of the metropolis which were famous for the topmost achievements of rascality, where he ran riot among various intoxicants. After besieging a certain beauteous actress with all the languishing glances at their command, these foolish comrades would pledge her in pale ale till, like Byron, they seemed to walk upon the ceiling. Thus were Beatrices added to Clare's unfortunate predilection. Those who revel by gaslight are not fond of returning home before midnight, and Clare was no exception to the rule. But the hours of his choice were not grateful to Mr. Taylor, whose sense the fitness of things was offended by his visitor's conduct. Therefore Thomas Hood was deputed to inform Clare that he was vexing his host, an intimation which resulted in the poet carrying his handkerchief full of belongings to Mrs. Emerson's house, where his manners did not improve. Under the accomplished tuition of Mr. Rippingill, he found how easily the descent of avarice was. His next move was to Chiswick, where the Rev. H. T. Carey entertained him. His stay here was brief, owing to an amusing episode. Strangely enough, Clare was ignorant of the fact that his elderly host had a young and handsome wife. In the belief that he was doing homage to the charms of one of Mr. Carey's grown-up daughters, he addressed several poems, which were not without the quality of ardour, to the wife of the translator's bosom. After this, although his explanation was accepted and understood, Clare thought he had better depart from Chiswick. During this stay in London, the Northamptonshire poet was introduced to William Gifford and Charles Lamb, the latter of whom, if report may be trusted, was guilty of a rather coarse jape at his expense. Not long after this, Clare returned to Helpstone. It is worthy to note that, whereas his first visit to London had only accentuated his country raptures. The village minstrel now actually pined for the fatted calves, the theatres, the glitter, and the merry companions of the city. The taint of Ripponville was upon him. Reaction came in time. The meadows captured him again. But this small piece of history is significant of much. As soon as he was once more in possession of his best self, Clare began to face his troubles, most of which sprang from insufficient means at this time. With as much courage as he could summon, he was rather slow in being convinced that he could not derive a steady income from the composition of poetry, but when this truth was driven home, his mind at once became agile in devising numerous plans for the betterment of his state, for he suffered from a torturing anxiety when he remembered for how many his fate had appointed him the bread-winner. He was now fighting hand to hand with poverty, valorous in belief that his aged mother, his wife, and his little children, who enjoyed the fruits of whatever victories were gained far more than did their defender, since he secretly starved himself in order to increase the tale of loaves presided over by Paddy. In the year 1823, worn out by his failures to extract a supporting flow of guineas from either poetry or agriculture, he fell very ill, just after the shock occasioned by the death of Mr. Gilchrist. His recovery was of the slowest, and it was not till he was put by Mr. Taylor under the care of Dr. Darling in London that the poet mended in a manner to satisfy his friends. It was during this third visit to the metropolis that Clare came in contact with De Quincey, Coleridge, William Hazlitt, and Allan Cunningham, to mention only four of the prominent men whom Mr. Taylor delighted to make members of his evening parties. Clare found his imaginary portraits to be very deceptive, especially so in the case of Dr. De Quincey. The bulk and dull appearance of Coleridge also surprised, as well as disappointed him, for he had pictured the great man in a guise completely opposite to reality. There is little need to say that in Mr. Taylor's house nothing of a Bachelanian tinge was likely to occur, but even the moderate pleasures of the publisher's entertainments threatened to destroy the good brought about by the skill and care of Dr. Darling, and therefore Clare was induced to return to Helpstone, where he once more renewed his search for employment, encountered thoughtless snubs from the high and mighty of the district, and gradually approached the line which separates mental health from mental disease. He was forever engaged in keeping the wolf from the door. He did not eat a due share of what his means supplied, denying himself from day to day with rigidity which could not fail to injure both body and brain. At the end of the year 1825, after working in the cornfields throughout the harvest, Clare turned to the composition of poetry, and produced The Shepherd's Calendar, a volume in which he used the file to excellent purpose. Already bruised and wounded by the rough edges of life, the poet found an additional hardship in the fact that Mr. Taylor long delayed to publish this third book of verse, for to make both ends meet was now a miracle beyond its accomplishing. Although several editors of those elegant annuals which were then so much in favour had asked Clare to assist in making their sugary volumes attractive, they were by no means quick to send him the money he had earned. He had only his annuity and a few shillings gained by doing odd jobs for the farmers of the neighbourhood. At this juncture Patty bore him a third child. End of Part 2. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Biography and Comment, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Poems by John CLARE. Biography and Comment by Norman Gale. Part 3. In 1828 Clare went to London again at the invitation of Mrs. Emerson, and it was then that he discovered how completely the Shepherd's Calendar had failed to stir the interest of the public. It was during this visit that Mr. Taylor, doubtless believing the open-air exercise would be most beneficial to the poet, suggested to Clare the advisability of his attempting to dispose of his works by carrying them from house to house in Northamptonshire and the adjoining counties. Allan Cunningham was furious at the idea, but in the end Clare embraced it, though it had been better for him had he held the same opinion as his friend, for the adventure was prolific of more kicks than halfpence. The history of this part of Clare's career makes very sad reading. Hungry and footsore he tramped from rebuff to rebuff, pondering misery and dreading the workhouse. But through the record of his travels is, for the most part, a document of disaster. There are few proofs of kindliness contained in its pages. For example, when he returned to Helpstone from Boston, where certain of the leading inhabitants had done their best to render him extremely uncomfortable, he found 10 sovereigns in his wallet. A few young men had treated him as Joseph treated his brethren. For 3 months after his experiences at Boston, Clare was exceedingly ill, and it looked as if there would be no ebbing of that tide of misfortune which had flowed in his direction for so long. Better luck, however, was in store. Clare got some regular work to do, and was thus prevented from poring over foolscap. Little by little he reduced his debts. His body throve in the sunshine of content, and he was able to comfort himself with the belief that, after all, he would escape the degradation of becoming a pauper. Unfortunately, a hard winter followed the summer and autumn during which he had been so happy, and illness once more caused him to renew acquaintance with those bitter familiars of his, want and despair. About this time he chanced to have a conversation with Earl Fitzwilliam, with the result that his patron promised to build him a cottage somewhere near Helpstone. The exact place decided upon by his lordship was Northborough, a hamlet 3 miles distant from Helpstone. The situation was chosen in spirit of kindness, the Earl believing that many natural beauties to be found almost at the door of the cottage would please the eye as well as stimulate the genius of the poet. But the prospect of being severed from the bleak surroundings of his native place filled Clare with sensations of terror acute enough to make a severe effect upon his mind. For days before the final wrench came he strode about the lanes and fields, outwardly exhibiting symptoms of a deranged intellect. But when the hour for departure struck, he allowed himself to be led to his new home as placidly as a tired horse to the pasture. So far from proving a blessing to Clare, the cottage at Northborough was the immediate cause of fresh perplexities. Expenditure was necessary to finish it, and to keep it in repair. Debts were quickly piled one upon the other. Among strangers it was harder to obtain employment than it had been at Helpstone, and in the January of 1833 Patty bore her 7th child. At the thought that he could scarcely provide his dear ones with bread enough to keep body and soul together, Clare, shortly after hearing the news of his boy's birth, rushed out into the fields to give his sorrow vent. Late in the evening his eldest daughter found him lying insensible on an embankment. A month of bed followed this collapse. In the spring, although his vital forces were now sufficient to carry him in search of the early flowers, he showed no inclination to leave the little room where he kept his books and papers. The irresistible magnets of former years, blossoms, birds, greenery, and sunshine, had all lost their pulling power. Clare himself perceived that he was in danger of ceasing to be his own master, and accordingly wrote to Mr. Taylor begging him to secure Dr. Darling's help. In reply, his old publisher invited him to London, but the poet neither had money in his purse nor a single chance of raising the amount necessary to defray the costs of the journey. Messrs. Whittaker and Company, who were responsible for the appearance of the Rural Muse, declined to send him even a small sum on account, so that he was tied fast to Northborough, where his mental malady had everything in its favour. Had it not been for the untiring exertions of Dr. Smith, of Peterborough, who mingled poetry and pills in his advice to patients, thus obtaining a goodly list of subscribers, it is doubtful whether the Rural Muse would have made its appearance before Clare was overcome by permanent imbecility. In the summer of 1835 this beautiful collection of rustic reeds was put forward as a candidate for the affection of those professing a love for music and wholesomeness in verse. The reception accorded to the book proved conclusively what important parts fashion and hypocrisy play in the concerns of the lyre. Clare was out of vogue. He was a stale lion. The parasites upon genius could no longer hope to gain a temporary notoriety by displaying his peculiarities in their saloons. The idea of reading poetry for the sake of poetry appears never to have occurred to the members of a society as ponderable, in the matter of intellect, as thistledown, and as variable as the sheen of an opal. It is a moot point whether or no the reviewers wrote notices of the Rural Muse. If they did their duty, the editors certainly did not back them up by granting space for the criticisms, for scarcely a paragraph of commendation saw the light. If Clare did not fall among thieves, he at least fell among blind bats. Literary England blotted her own escutcheon in the respect, but Scotland was saved from a similar disgrace by a noble outburst of praise for the poet, and scorn for his frigid countrymen, from the pen of Professor Wilson, in the course of which he adjured the Southrons to hold their tongues about the fate of Burns. Let them remember Bloomsfield. Had he but known all the evil circumstances that were combining to push John Clare in the direction of a lunatic asylum, his retort would have been strengthened to a degree melancholy to contemplate. Mental derangement advanced upon Clare with rapidity. In the spring of 1836 there was a brief period when the flowers made him a clear-minded partaker of their magic, but the improvement was not maintained, and little by little the condition of the poet became more widely known, till at last it reached the ears of several patrons. These advised his immediate removal to the asylum at Northampton. a plan to which Patty refused her consent, for she still had hopes that if her husband were allowed to range at his will and seek a cure from the pharmacy of nature, he would beat the disease. But Patty's love only delayed the inevitable. Clare, it is true, escaped from the control suggested by Earl Fitzwilliam, who endeavoured to place the poet at Northampton, where a weekly dole from the nobleman's purse would secure for the patient some additional comforts, but he had no whither to fly from the severe benefactions of the friends of former days. Mr. John Taylor and others, willing to heed now that the catastrophe to which their silence had contributed was come by its full dimensions, clubbed together and sent Clare to Dr. Allen's private lunatic asylum in Epping Forest, where all the resources of a humane treatment were brought to bear upon his case. He wrote a great quantity of verse, some of which was of real worth, tended the flowers in the garden beds, wandered about the woods hour after hour, smoking, musing, or conversing with some companion. In the middle of July 1841 he escaped, and eventually reached Warrington, a hamlet lying beyond Peterborough. His chief food had been grass. Blood was trickling from his feet when Patty took the wanderer into her arms on the roadside at Warrington. After a day's rest at Northborough, the poet asked for pen and ink. When these were supplied he commenced to write his Odyssey. It is almost safe to say that no more extraordinary a document belongs to the personal history of any genius born within our boundaries. It is of a character to draw tears from the unsympathetic. Your Scrooge, your Quilp, would scarcely withstand its pathos. Well might Christopher North request us to be done with our comments upon Scotland's usage of Burns. The rest is soon told. Clare, though quite harmless, was not allowed to pass free among the country sights and sounds. For some reason or another he was haled to the Northampton General Lunatic Asylum, where he remained for 22 years, neglected alike by kindred, by friends, and by the educated mob which had once made an idol of him. At the asylum he was treated with unvarying mildness by the authorities, who refused to regulate the comforts of the poet by the 11 shillings a week supplied by Earl Fitzwilliam. That their natures were not subservient to coinage, they proved by placing Clare, poor 11 shillings a week John Clare, among private patients in the best ward. The end came in 1864, and on the 25th of May in that year the mortal remnant of John Clare, peasant and poet, was interred at Helpstone. When Earl Fitzwilliam was asked for a grant of the few pounds necessary for the burial of the poet in the churchyard so beloved by him during his lifetime, he responded by suggesting that the funeral should be that of a pauper at Northampton. However, a few friends of the right heart prevented this disgrace, and the body rested where the soul had marked out for it a spot of greenery and quietude. That some of Clare's poems belong of right to the excellent things of this earth admits of no dispute. A worshipper of nature, by whom he was surely appointed to be one of her chief historians, he revelled in her manifestations, whether he showed in the higher heaven of blue or in the lower heaven of green. He was, if the phrases may pass muster, a gossip of the rainbow, a croony of the flowers. His heart was not less slow than that of Wordsworth to leap up with joy when he beheld standing across the sky, its feet treading the horizon, the most splendid triumphal arc ever devised, and though it was not granted him to render homage to his mistress in such large accents as those which fell from the lips of his great brother in song, he paid for her love and favours in music far from perishable, as may be noted by all who will read the pieces that have been selected for this volume from the Rural Muse. Who passes by any one of these poems because he early finds a flaw does so at his own danger, for each of them belongs, as I venture to assert, so undoubtedly to the particular treasures of pastoral poetry, that I doubt whether the contradiction of our greatest critics could frighten me from the attitude of admiration. To influences other than those of the countryside, Clare remained unimpressionable. To be in London was too long for Helpstone, the commons and pools of which were more precious to the poet than all the glories of Westminster Abbey, and the expanses of the artificial lakes. While he sojourned in the metropolis the right spark would not fall from heaven, but as soon as he wandered once more among the scenes so familiar to him, the muse was his unfailing companion. Brooks glided in his songs. Birds and clouds and leafage were foundations without which he had been well nigh powerless. He understood and was content with his limits, and so perfectly did he accomplish his duty as nature's cherished amanuensis, that it is no hard task for a man with an ounce of imagination in his being to hear the trickle of streams, and to fancy his study carpeted with grass, while reading John Clare's poems within four walls. As this volume of selections is designed for the purpose of attracting readers to a poet whose appreciative receipts from his posterity are sadly deficient in quantity, the publisher has thought well to ask from me the tale of Clare's life, rather than my views of the poet's work and its effect upon his successors in the production of poetry, dealing almost exclusively with the vowels and consonants in nature's mighty alphabet. Enough has been said to prove the writer no half-hearted advocate, and if these few pages serve to increase the number of Clare's friends, he will be more than satisfied, happy in the thought that he has been the means of introducing readers to poetry as gentle as it is healing, as simple as it is sincere, touching its wholesomeness. How could it fail to delight in this respect when the chief of its constituent parts were the large and lovely expressions of nature's handicraft? John Clare's gift fell upon him direct from the skies. It came clean, and clean he kept it from the beginning to the end of his stewardship. Norman Gale. End of Part 3. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
What is Life? By John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. And what is life? An hourglass on the run, a mist retreating from the morning sun, a busy, bustling, still repeated dream. Its length, a minute's pause, a moment's thought, and happiness, a bubble on the stream, that in the act of seizing shrinks to naught. What is vain hope? The puffing gale of morn that robs each floweret of its gem, and dies. A cobweb hiding disappointment's thorn, which stings more keenly through the thin disguise. And thou, O trouble, nothing can suppose and sure the power of wisdom only knows what need requireth thee. So free and liberal as thy bounty flows, some necessary cause must surely be. But disappointments, pains, and every woe devoted wretches feel, the universal plagues of life below, are mysteries still 'neath fate's unbroken seal. And what is death? Is still the cause unfound, that dark mysterious name of horrid sound? A long and lingering sleep the weary crave. And peace? Where can its happiness abound? Nowhere at all, save heaven and the grave. Then what is life? When stripped of its disguise, a thing to be desired it cannot be, since everything that meets our foolish eyes gives proof sufficient of its vanity. 'Tis but a trial all must undergo, to teach unthankful mortals how to prize that happiness vain man's denied to know, until he's called to claim it in the skies. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Address to Plenty by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. In Winter. O thou bliss, to riches known, stranger to the poor alone, giving most where none's required, leaving none where most desired, who sworn friend to miser keeps, adding to his useless heaps gifts on gifts profusely stored, till thousands swell the mouldy hoard, while poor shuddered poverty, to advantage seen in me, with his rags he wants and pain, waking pity, but in vain, bowing, cringing at thy side, begs his mite and is denied. O thou blessing, let not me tell as vain my wants to thee, though by name of plenty stilled, Fortune's heir, her favourite child. 'Tis a maxim, hunger feed, give the needy when they need. He whom all profess to serve the same maxim did observe. Their obedience hear how well modern times will plainly tell. Hear my wants, nor deem me bold, not without occasion told. Hear one wish, nor fail to give, use me well, and bid me live. 'Tis not great, what I solicit, was it more, thou couldst not miss it. Now the cutting winter's come, 'tis but just to find a home, in some shelter, dry and warm, that will shield me from the storm. Toiling in the naked fields, where no bush a shelter yields, needy labour dithering stands, beats and blows his numbing hands, and upon the crumping snows stamps in vain to warm his toes. Leaves are fled that once had power to resist a summer shower, and the wind so piercing blows, winnowing small the drifting snows. The summer shade of loaded bough would vainly boast a shelter now. Piercing snows so searching fall, they sift a passage through them all. Those all's vain to keep him warm, poverty must brave the storm. Friendship none its aid to lend, health alone his only friend, granting leave to live in pain, giving strength to toil in vain, to be, while winter's horrors last, the sport of every pelting blast. O sad sons of poverty, victims doomed to misery, who can paint what pain prevails o'er that heart which want assails? Modest shame the pain conceals, no one knows but he who feels. O thou charm which plenty crowns, Fortune, smile, now winter frowns. Cast around a pitying eye, feed the hungry ere they die. Think, oh, think upon the poor, nor against them shut thy door. Freely let thy bounty flow on the sons of want and woe. Hills and dales no more are seen in their dress of pleasing green. Summer's robes are all thrown by for the clothing of the sky. Snows on snows in heaps combine, hillocks raised as mountains shine, and at distance rising proud, each appears a fleecy cloud. Plenty, now thy gifts bestow, exit bid to every woe. Take me in, shut out the blast, make the doors and windows fast. Place me in some corner where, lolling in an elbow chair, happy blest to my desire, I may find a rousing fire. While in chimney corner nigh, coal or wood a fresh supply ready stands for laying on, soon as t'other's burnt and gone. Now and then, as taste decreed, in a book a page I'd read, an inquiry to amuse, peep at something in the news, see who's married and who's dead, and who, through bankrupt, beg their bread. While on hob or table nigh, just to drink before I'm dry, a pitcher at my side should stand, with the barrel nigh at hand, always ready as I willed, when 'twas empty to be filled, and to be possessed of all, a corner cupboard in the wall, with store of victuals, Lynda, complete, that when hungry I might eat. Then would I, in plenty's lap, for the first time take a nap, falling back in easy lair, sweetly slumbering in my chair, with no reflective thoughts to wake, pains that cause my heart to ache, of contracted debts, long made, in no prospect to be paid, and to want sad news severe, of provisions getting dear, while the winter, shocking sight, constant freezes day and night, deep and deeper falls the snow, labor's slack, and wages low. These and more the poor can tell, known, alas, by them too well. Plenty, oh, if blessed by thee, never more should trouble me. Hours and weeks will sweetly glide, soft and smooth as flows the tide, where no stones or choking grass force a curve ere it can pass, and as happy and as blest as beasts drop them down to rest, when in pastures at their will they have roamed and eat their fill. Soft as nights in summer creep, so should I then fall asleep, while sweet visions of delight, so enchanting to the sight, sweetly swimming o'er my eyes, would sink me into ecstasies. Nor would pleasured dreams once more, as they oft have done before, caused be to create a pain, when I woke, to find them vain, bitter past the present sweet, would my happiness complete. Oh, how easy should I lie, with the fire up blazing high, summer's artificial bloom, that like an oven keeps the room, or lovely May as mild and warm, while without the raging storm is roaring in the chimney top, in no likelihood to drop, and the witchen branches nigh o'er my snug box towering high, that sweet sheltered stands beneath, in convulsive eddies wreath. Then while, tyrant like, the storm takes delight in doing harm, down before him crushing all, till his weapons useless fall, and is in oppression proud, peal his howlings long and loud, while the clouds with horrid sweep give, as suits a tyrant's trade, the sun's a minute's leave to peep, to smile upon the ruins made, and to make complete the blast, while the hail comes hard and fast, rattling loud against the glass, and the snowy sleets that pass, driving up in heaps remain, close adherings to the pane, stop the light and spread a gloom, suiting sleep around the room. Oh, how blest, mid these alarms, I should bask in Fortune's arms, who, defying every frown, hugs me on her dowy breast, bids my head lie easy down, and on winter's ruins rest. So upon the troubled sea, emblematic simile, birds are known to sit secure, while the billows roar and rave, slumbering in their safety sure, rocked to sleep upon the wave. So would I still slumber on, till our telling clocks had gone, and, from the contracted day, one or more had clicked away. Then with sitting wearied out, I for change sake, no doubt, just might wish to leave my seat, and to exercise my feet, make a journey to the door, put my nose out, but no more, there to village taste agree, mark how times are like to be, how the weather's getting on, peep in ruts where carts have gone, or by stones a sturdy stroke, view the hole the boys have broke, Chrisling still inclined to freeze, and the rime upon the trees. Then to pause on ills to come, just look upward on the gloom, see fresh storms approaching fast, view them busy in the air, boiling up the brewing blast, still fresh horrors scheming there, black and dismal, rising high, from the north they fright the eye, pregnant with 1,000 storms, huddled in their icy arms, heavy hovering as they come, some as mountains seen, and some jagged as craggy rocks appear, dismally advancing near. Fancy as the cumbrous sight chills and shudders with affright, fearing lest the air in vain strive her station to maintain, and wearied, yielding to the skies, the world beneath in ruin lies. So may fancy think and feign, fancy oft imagines vain, nature's laws by wisdom penned, mortals cannot comprehend. Power almighty being gave, endless mercy stoops to save, causes hid from mortal's sight, prove whatever is right. Then to look again below Labor's former life I'd view, who still beating through the snow, spite of storms, their toils pursue, forced out by sad necessity, that sad fiend that forces me, troubles then no more my own, which I but too long had known, might create a care, a pain, then I'd seek my joys again, pile the fire up, fetch a drink, then sit down again and think, pause all my sorrows past, think how many a bitter blast, when it snowed and hailed and blew, I have toiled and battered through, then to ease reflective pain, to my sports I'd fall again, till the clock had counted 10, when I'd seek my downy bed, easy, happy, and well fed. Then might peep the morn in vain through the rimy misted pane, then might bawl the restless cock, and the loud tongued village clock, and the flail might lump away, waking soon the dreary day. They should never waken me, independent, blessed, and free, nor, as usual, make me start, yawning sigh with heavy heart, loth to ope my sleepy eyes, weary still, in pain to rise, with aching bones and heavy head, worse than when I went to bed, with nothing then to raise a sigh. Oh, how happy should I lie, till the clock was 8 or more, then proceed as heretofore. Best of blessings, sweetest charm, boon these wishes while they're warm, my fairy visions ne'er despise, as reason thinks, though realize. Depressed with want and poverty, I sink, I fall, denied by thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Noon by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. All how silent and how still, nothing heard but yonder mill, while the dazzled eye surveys all around a liquid blaze, and amid the scorching gleams, if we earnest look, it seems as if crooked bits of glass seemed repeatedly to pass. Oh, for a puffing breeze to blow! But breezes are all strangers now, not a twig is seen to shake, nor the smallest bent to quake. From the river's muddy side not a curve is seen to glide, and no longer on the stream watching lies the silver bream, forcing from repeated springs, verges in successive rings. Bees are faint and cease to hum, birds are overpowered and dumb, rural voices all are mute, tuneless lie the pipe and flute, shepherds with their panting sheep in the swalest corner creep, and from the tormenting heat all are wishing to retreat. Huddled up in grass and flowers, mowers wait for cooler hours, and the cowboy seeks the sedge, ramping in the woodland hedge, while his cattle o'er the vales scamper with uplifted tails. Others not so wild and mad that can better bear the gad, underneath the hedgerow lunge, or, if nigh, in waters plunge. Oh, to see how flowers are took, how it grieves me when I look, Rag robins, once so pink, now are turned as black as ink, and the leaves, being scorched so much, even crumble at the touch. Drowning lies the meadow sweet, flopping down beneath one's feet, while to all the flowers that blow, if in open air they grow, the injurious deed alike is done by the hot relentless sun, and the dew is parched up from the teazel's jointed cup. O poor birds, where must ye fly, now your water pots are dry? If ye stay upon the heath, ye'd be choked and clammed to death. Therefore leave the shadeless goss, seek the spring head lined with moss. There your little feet may stand, safely printing on the sand, while, in full possession where purling eddies ripple clear, you with ease and plenty blest, sip the coolest and the best. Then away, and wet your throats, cheer me with your warbling notes. 'Twill hot noon the more revive, while I wander to contrive for myself a place as good in the middle of a wood. There aside some mossy bank, where the grass in bunches, rank, lifts its down on spindles high, shall be where I'll choose to lie, fearless of the things that creep. There I'll think, and there I'll sleep, caring not to stir at all till the dew begins to fall. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Universal Epitaph by John CLARE, read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. No flattering praises daub my stone, my frailties and my faults to hide. My faults and failings all are known. I lived in sin I died. And oh, condemn me not, I pray, you who my sad confession view, but ask your soul if it can say that I'm a viler man than you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Harvest Morning by John CLARE, read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Cocks wake early morn with many a crow, loud striking village clock has counted 4. The laboring rustic hears his restless foe, and weary of his pains, complaining sore, hobbles to fetch his horses from the moor. Some busy, gin to team the loaded corn, which nights thronged round the barn's becrowded door. Such plenteous scenes the farmer's yard adore, such noisy, busy toils now mark the harvest morn. The bird boy's pealing horn is loudly blowed, the wagons jostle on with rattling sound, and hogs and geese now throng the dusty road, grunting and gabbling in contention round the barley ears that litter on the ground. What printing traces mark the wagon's way? What busy bustling wakens echo round? How drive the sun's warm beams the mist away? How labor sweats and toils and dreads the sultry day? His scythe the mower o'er his shoulder leans, and whetting, jars with sharp and tinkling sound, then sweeps again 'mong corn and crackling beans, and swath by swath flops lengthening o'er the ground. while 'neath some friendly heap, snug sheltered round From spoiling sun, lies hid the heart's delight, And hearty soaks oft hand the bottle round, Their toils pursuing with redoubted might. Great praise to him is due that brought its birth to light. Upon the wagon now with eager bound The lusty picker whirls the rustling sheaves, Or, resting ponderous creaking fork aground, Boastful at once, whole shocks of barley heaves. The loading boy revengeful inly grieves To find his unmatched strength and power decay. The barley horn his garments interweaves, Smarting and sweating 'neath the sultry day. With muttering curses stung, he mauls the heaps away. A motley group the cleaning fields surround. Sons of humanity, oh ne'er deny The humble gleaner entrance in your ground. Winter's sad cold and poverty are nigh. Grudge not from Providence the scant supply. You'll never miss it from your ample store. Who gives denial, hardened, hungry hound, May never blessings crowd his hated door, But he shall never lack that giveth to the poor. Ah, lovely Emma, mingling with the rest, Thy beauty's blooming in low life unseen, Thy rosy cheeks, thy sweetly swelling breast, But ill it suits thee in the stubs to glean. O poverty, how basely you demean The imprisoned worth your rigid fates confine, Not fancied charms of an Arcadian queen, So sweet as Emma's real beauties shine. Had fortune blessed, sweet girl, this lot had ne'er been thine. The sun's increasing heat now mounted high, Refreshment must recruit exhausted power. The wagon stops, the busy tools thrown by, And 'neath a shocks enjoyed the beavering hour. The bashful maid, sweet health's engaging flower, Lingering behind, o'er rake still blushing bends, And when to take the horn fond swains implore, With feigned excuses its dislike pretends. So pass the beavering hours, so harvest morning ends. O rural life, what charms thy meanness hide! What sweet descriptions bards disdain to sing! What loves, what graces on thy plains abide! Oh, could I soar me on the Muses' wing, What rifled charms should my researches bring! Pleased would I wander where these charms reside, Of rural sports and beauties would I sing, Those beauties, wealth, which you in vain deride, Beauties of richest bloom, superior to your pride. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On an Infant's Grave by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Beneath the sod where smiling creep the daisies into view, The ashes of an infant's sleep, whose soul as smiling too. Ah, doubly happy, doubly blest, had I so happy been, Recalled to heaven eternal rest, ere it knew how to sin. Thrice happy infant, great the bliss alone reserved for thee, Such joy 'twas my sad fate to miss, and thy good luck to see. For oh, when all must rise again, and sentence then shall have, What crowds will wish with me in vain they'd filled an infant's grave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To an April Daisy by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Welcome, O comrade, peeping once again. Our meeting minds me of a pleasant hour. Spring's pencil pinks thee in that blushy stain, and summer glistens in thy tinty flower. Hail, beauty's gem, disdaining time nor place, carelessly creeping on the dunghill's side. Demeanor's softness in thy crimpled face decks thee in beauties unattained by pride. Hail, venturer, once again that fearless here encampeth on the hoar hill's sunny side. Spring's early messenger, thou'rt doubly dear, and winter's frost by thee is well supplied. Now winter's frowns shall cease their pelting rage, but winter's woes I need not tell to thee. Far better luck thy visits will presage, and be it thine and mine that luck to see. Ah, may thy smiles confirm the hopes they tell. To see thee frost bit I'd be grieved at heart. I meet thee happy, and I wish thee well, till ripening summer summons us to part. Then like old mates or two who've neighbours been, we'll part in hopes to meet another year, and o'er thy exit from this changing scene, we'll mix our wishes in a tokening tear. End of poem. This reading is in the public domain. Summer Evening by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The sinking sun is taking leave, and sweetly gilds the edge of eve, while huddling clouds of purple dye gloomily hang the western sky. Crows crowd cloaking overhead, hastening to the woods to bed. Cooing sits the lonely dove, calling home her absent love. With kerchup, kerchup, 'mong the wheats, partridge distant partridge greets, beckoning hints to those that roam, that guide the squandered covey home. Swallows check their winding flight, and twittering on the chimney light. Round the pond the martins flirt, their snowy breasts bedaubed with dirt, while the mason, 'neath the slates, each mortar bearing bird awaits. By art untaught, each labouring spouse curious daubs his hanging house. Bats flit by in hood and cowl, through the barn holes pops the owl from the hedge in drowsy hum. Heedless buzzing beetles bum, haunting every bushy place, flopping in the labourer's face. Now the snail hath made his ring, and the moth with snowy wing circles round in winding whirls, through sweet evening's sprinkled pearls. On each nodding rush besprent, dancing on from bent to bent, now to downy grasses clung, resting for a while he's hung, strong to ferry o'er the stream, vanishing as flies a dream, playful still his hours to keep, till his time has come to sleep, in tall grass by fountain head. Weary then he drops to bed, from the haycock's moistened heaps. Startled frogs take vaunting leaps, and along the shaven mead, jumping travellers, they proceed. Quick the dewy grass divides, moistening sweet their speckled sides. From the grass or flow'ret's cup, quick the dewdrop bounces up. Now the blue fog creeps along, and the birds forget his song. Flowers now sleep within their hoods, daisies button into buds. From soiling dew the buttercup shuts his golden jewels up, and the rose and woodbine they wait again the smiles of day. 'Neath the willow's wavy boughs, Dolly singing milks her cows, while the brook, as bubbling by, joins in murmuring melody. Dick and Dob, with jostling Joel, homeward drag the rumbling roll. Whilom Ralph, for dull to wait, lulls him o'er the pasture gate. Swains to fold their sheep begin, dogs loud barking drive them in. Hedgers now along the road homeward bend beneath their load, and from the long furrowed seams ploughmen loose their weary teams. Ball, with urging lashes wheeled, still so slow to drive afield, eager blundering from the plough, wants no whip to drive him now. At the stable door he stands, looking round for friendly hands, to loose the door its fastening pin, and let him with his corn begin. Round the yard, a thousand ways, beasts in expectation gaze, catching at the loads of hay, passing fodders tug away. Hogs with grumbling, deafening noise bother round the server boys, and far and near the motley group anxious claim their suppering up. From the rest a blest release, gabbling home the quarrelling geese, seek their warm straw littered shed, and waddling, prate away to bed. Nighted by unseen delay, poking hens that lose their way, on the hovelled rafters rise, slumbering there the fox's prize. Now the cat has ta'en her seat, with her tail curled round her feet. Patiently she sits to watch sparrows fighting on the thatch. Now Doll brings the expected pails, and dogs begin to wag their tails. With strokes and pats they're welcomed in, and they with looking once begin. Slove in the milk pail brimming o'er, she pops their dish behind the door. Prone to mischief boys are met, 'neath the eaves the ladders set. Sly they climb in softest tread, to catch the sparrow on his bed. Massacred, oh, cruel pride! Dash against the ladder's side. Cursed barbarians, pass me by, come not, Turks, my cottage nigh. Sure my sparrows are my own, let ye then my birds alone. Come, poor birds, from foes severe, fearless come, you're welcome here. My heart yearns at fate like yours, a sparrow's life as sweet as ours. Hardy clowns, grudge not the wheat, which hunger forces birds to eat. Your blinded eyes, worst foes to you, can't see the good which sparrows do. Did not poor birds with watching rounds pick up the insects from your grounds? Did they not tend your rising grain? You might then sow to reap in vain. Thus Providence, right understood, whose end and aim is doing good, sends nothing here without its use, though ignorance loads it with abuse. And fools despise the blessing sent, and mock the giver's good intent. O God, let me what's good pursue, let me the same to others do, as I'd have others do to me, and learn at least humanity. Dark and darker glooms the sky, sleep gins close the labourer's eye. Dobson leaves his greensward seat, neighbours where they neighbours meet, crops to praise and work in hand, and battles tell from foreign land, while his pipe is puffing out, Sue he's putting to the rout, gossiping, who takes delight to shool her knitting out at night, and backbite neighbours 'bout the town, who's got new caps, and who's a gown, and many a thing her evil eye can see they don't come honest by, chattering at a neighbour's house, she hears call out her frowning spouse, prepared to start she soodles home, her knitting twirling o'er her thumb, as, loth to leave, afraid to say, she bawls her story all the way, the tale so fraught with 'ticing charms, her apron folded o'er her arms, she leaves the unfinished tale in pain, to end as evening comes again, and in the cottage gangs with dread to meet old Dobson's timely frown, who grumbled sits, prepared for bed, while she stands chalping 'bout the town. The night wind now, with sooty wings, in the quarter's chimney sings, now as stretching o'er the bed, soft I raise my drowsy head, listening to the ushering charms, that shake the elm tree's mossy arms, till sweet slumbers stronger creep, deeper darkness stealing round, then, as rocked, I sink to sleep, mid the wild wind's lulling sound. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Paddy by John Carr. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Ye swampy falls of pasture ground, and rushy spreading greens, ye rising swells in brambles bound, and freedom's wilder scenes, I've trod ye oft, and loved ye dear, and kind was fate to let me, on you I found my all, for here 'twas first my Paddy met me. Flow on, thou gently plashing stream, o'er weed beds wild and rank, delighted I've enjoyed my dream, upon thy mossy bank, be moistening many a weedy stem, I've watched thee wind so clearly, and on thy bank I've found the gem, that makes me love thee dearly. Thou wilderness so rudely gay, oft as I seek thy plain, oft as I wend my steps away, and meet my joys again, and brush the weaving branches by, of briars and thorns so matty, so oft reflection warms a sigh, here first I met my Paddy. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Paddy of the Vale by John Carr. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Where lonesome woodlands close surrounding mark the spot a solitude, and nature's unchecked scenes abounding form a prospect wild and rude, a cottage cheers the spot so glooming, hid in the hollow of the dale, where, in youth and beauty blooming, lives sweet Paddy of the Vale. Gay as the lambs her cot surrounding, sporting wild the shades among, o'er the hills and bushes bounding, artless, innocent, and young, fresh as blush of morning roses, ere the midday suns prevail, fair as lily bud uncloses, blooms sweet Paddy of the Vale. Low and humble though her station, dressed though mean she's doomed to wear, few superiors in the nation with her beauty can compare. What are riches? Not worth naming, though with some they may prevail. Theirs be choice of wealth proclaiming, Mine is Patty of the Vale. Fools may fancy wealth and fortune join to make a happy pair, and for such the god importune with full many a fruitless prayer. I, their pride and wealth disdaining, should my humble hopes prevail, happy then, would cease complaining, blessed with Patty of the Vale. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. My Love, Thou Art a Nosegay Sweet by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. My love, thou art a nosegay sweet, my sweetest flower I prove thee, and pleased I pin thee to my breast, and dearly do I love thee. And when my nosegay thou shalt fade, as sweet a flower thou it prove thee, and as thou witherest on my breast, for beauty past I'll love thee. And when my nosegay thou shalt die, and heaven's flower shalt prove thee, my hope shall follow to the sky, and everlasting love thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Meeting by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Here we meet, too soon to part. Here to leave will raise a smart. Here I'll press thee to my heart, where none have place above thee. Here I vow to love thee well, and could words unseal the spell, had but language strength to tell, I'd say how much I love thee. Here the rose that decks thy door, here the thorn that spreads thy bower, here the willow on the moor, the birds at rest above thee. Had they light of life to see, sense of soul like thee and me, soon might each a witness be, how dotingly I love thee. By the night sky's purple ether, and by even's sweetest weather, that oft has blessed us both together, the moon that shines above thee, and shews thy beauteous cheek so blooming, and by pale age's winter coming, the charms and casualties of woman, I will forever love thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Effusion by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Ah, little did I think in time that's past, by summer burnt, or numbed by winter's blast, delving the ditch a livelihood to earn, or lumping corn out in a dusty barn, with aching bones returning home at night, and sitting down with weary hand to write. Ah, little did I think, as then unknown, those artless rhymes I even blushed to own would be one day applauded and approved, by learning noticed and by genius loved. God knows my hopes were many, but my pain damped all the prospects which I hoped to gain. I hardly dared to hope, thou corner chair, in which I've oft slung back in deep despair, hadst thou expression, thou couldst easy tell the pains and all that I have known too well. 'Twould be but sorrow's tale, yet still 'twould be a tale of truth, and passing sweet to me. How oft upon my hand I've laid my head, and thought how poverty deformed our shed, looked on each parent's face I fain had cheered, where sorrow triumphed and pale want appeared, and sighed and hoped and wished some day would come when I might bring a blessing to their home, that toil and merit comforts had in store, to bid the tear defile their cheeks no more. Who that has feelings would not wish to be a friend to parents such as mine to me, who in distress broke their last crust in twain, and though want pinched the remnant broke again, and still if craving of their scanty bread gave their last mouthful that I might be fed. Nor for their own wants tear drops followed free, worse anguish stung they had no more for me. And now hope's sun is looking brighter out, and spreading thin the clouds of fear and doubt that long in gloomy sad suspense to me hid the long waited smiles I wished to see. And now my parents helping you is sweet, the rudest havoc fortune could complete, a piteous couple, little blessed with friends. Where pain and poverty have had their ends, I'll be thy crutch, my father, lean on me. Weakness knits stubborn while it's bearing thee, and hard shall fall the shock of fortune's frown to eke thy sorrows ere it breaks me down. My mother, too, thy kindness shall be met, and ere I'm able will I pay the debt for what thou'st done and what gone through for me. My last earned sixpence will I break with thee, and when my dwindled sum won't more divide, then take it all, to fate I'll leave the rest. In helping thee I'll always feel pride, nor think I'm happy till ye both are blest. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ballad by John Clare, read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. A wheedling wild on lonely lea my evening rambles chanced to see, and much the wheedling tempted me to crop its tender flower. Exposed to wind and heavy rain, its head bowed lowly on the plain, and silently it seemed in pain of life's endangered hour. And wilt thou bid my bloom decay, and crop my flower, and me betray, and cast my injured sweets away? Its silence seemed sighed. A moment's idle of thy mind, and is a stranger so unkind to leave a shameful root behind, bereft of all its pride? And so it seemly did complain, and beating fell the heavy rain, and how it drooped upon the plain, to fate resigned to fall. My heart did melt at its decline, and come, said I, thou gem divine, my fate shall stand the storm with thine, so took the root and all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Song by John Clare, read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. One gloomy eve I roamed about 'neath Oxey's hazel bowers, while timid hares were darting out to crop the dewy flowers. And soothing was the scene to me, right pleased was my soul, my breast was calm as summer's sea when waves forgot to roll. But short was even placid smile my startled soul to charm, when Nelly lightly skipped the stile with milk pail on her arm. One careless look on me she flung, as bright as parting day, and like a hawk from covert sprung, it pounced my peace away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Gypsy's Camp by John Clare, read for LibriVox.org by Chris Pyle. How oft on Sundays, when I'd time to tramp, my rambles led me to a gypsy's camp, where the real effigy of midnight hags, with tawny smoked flesh and tattered rags, uncouth brimmed hat, and a weather-beaten cloak, 'neath the wild shelter of a knotty oak, along the greensward uniforming pricks her pliant bending hazels arching sticks, while round top bush or briar entangled hedge, where flag leaves spring beneath, or ramping sedge, keep off the bothering bustle of the wind, and give the best retreat she hopes to find. How oft I bent me o'er her fire and smoke, to hear her gibberish tale so quaintly spoke, while the old Sibyl forged her boding clack, twin imps the meanwhile bawling at her back. Oft on my hand her magic coin's been struck, and hoping chinks she talked of morts of luck, and still, as boyish hopes did first agree, mingled with fears to drop the fortune's fee, I never failed to gain the honors sought, and squire and lord were purchased with a grot. But as man's unbelieving taste came round, she furious stamped her shoeless foot aground, wiped by her soot-black hair with clenching fist, while through her yellow teeth the spittle hissed, swearing by all her lucky powers of fate, which like footboys on her actions wait, that fortune's scale should to my sorrow turn, and I one day the rash neglect should mourn, that good to bad should change, and I should be lost to this world in all eternity, that poor as Job I should remain unblessed, alas, for fourpence now my die is cast, of not a hoarded farthing be possessed, and when all's done be shoved to hell at last. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To the Clouds by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. O painted clouds, sweet beauties of the sky, how have I viewed your motion and your rest, when, like fleet hunters, ye have left mine eye, in your thin gauze of woolly fleecing dressed, or in your threatened thunder's grave black vest, like black deep waters slowly moving by, awfully striking the spectator's breast with your Creator's dread sublimity, as admiration mutely views your storms. And I do love to see you idly lie, painted by heaven as various as your forms, pausing upon the eastern mountain high, as morn awakes with spring's wood harmony, and sweeter still when in your slumber's sooth you hang the western arch o'er day's proud eye, still as the even pool, uncurved and smooth, my gazing soul has looked most placidly, and higher still devoutly wished to strain, to wipe your shrouds and sky's blue blinders by, with all the warmness of a moonstruck brain, to catch a glimpse of Him who bids you reign, and view the dwelling of all majesty. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Woodman by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Dedicated to the Reverend J. Knowles Holland. The beating snow-clad bell, with sounding dead, hath clanked for the woodman's wait again, and, as he leaves his comfortable bed, dithers to view the rimy feathered pane, and shrugs, and wishes, but 'tis all in vain, the bed's warm comforts he must now forego, his family that oft till 8 hath lain, without his labour's wage could not do so, and glad to make them blest he shuffles through the snow. The early winter's morn is dark as pitch, The wary wife from tinder brought at night, with flint and steel, and May a sturdy twitch, sits up in bed to strike her man a light, and as the candle shows the rapturous sight, aside his wife his rosy, sleeping boy, he smacks his lips with exquisite delight, with all a father's feelings, father's joy. Then bids his wife good bye, and he's to his employ. His breakfast water porridge, humble food, a barley crust he in his wallet flings, on this he toils and labours in the wood, and chops his faggot, twists his band, and sings, as happily as princes and as kings, with all their luxury, and, blessed is he, can but the little which his labour brings, make both ends meet, and from long debts keep free, and neat and clean preserve his numerous family. Far o'er the dreary fields the woodland lies, rough is the journey which he daily goes, the woolly clouds that hang the frowning skies keep winnowing down their drifting sleet and snows, and thro' his doublet keen the north wind blows, while hard as iron the cemented ground, and smooth as glass the glibbed pool is froze. His nailed boots with clenching tread rebound, and dithering echo starts and mocks the clamping sound. The woods how gloomy in a winter's morn! The crows and ravens even cease to croak, the little birds sit chittering on the thorn, the pies scarce chatter when they leave the oak, startled from slumber by the woodman's stroke. The milkmaid's song is drowned in gloomy care, and while the village chimneys curl their smoke, she milks, and blows, and hastens to be there, and nature all seems sad, and dying in despair. The quirking rabbit scarcely leaves her hole, but rolls in torpid slumbers all the day. The fox is loath to gin a long patrol, and scouts the woods, content with meaner prey. The hare so frisking, timid once and gay, hind the dead thistle hurkles from the view, nor scarce is scared though in the traveller's way, though waffling curs and shepherd dogs pursue, so winter's ragged power affects all nature through. What different changes winter's frowns supply! The clown no more a loitering hour beguiles, nor gaping tracks the clouds along the sky, as when buds blossom, and the warm sun smiles, and Lawrence wages bids, on hills and stiles, banks, stiles, and flowers, and skies, no longer charm, deep drifting snow each summer seat defiles, with hasty blundering step, and folded arm, he glad the stable seeks, his frost-nipped nose to warm, the shepherd haunts no more his spreading oak, nor on the sloping pondhead lies at lair, the arbor he once waddled up is broke, and left unworthy of his future care, the ragged plundering stickers have been there, and pilfered it away, he passes by, his summer dwelling, desolate and bare, and ne'er so much as turns a conscious eye, but gladly seeks his fire, and shuns the inclement sky. The scene is clothed in snow from morn till night, the woodman's loth his chilly tools to seize, the crows unroosting as he comes in sight, shake down the feathery burden from the trees, to look at things around he's fit to freeze, scarred from her perch the fluttering pheasant flies, his hat and doublet whiten by degrees, he quakes, looks round, and pats his hands, and sighs, and wishes to himself that the warm sun would rise. The robin, tamest of the feathered race, soon as he hears the woodman's sounding chops, with ruddy bosom and a simple face, around his old companion fearless hops, and there for hours in pleased attention stops. The woodman's heart is tender and humane, and at his meals he may a crumble drops. Thanks to thy generous feelings, gentle swain, and what thy pity gives shall not be given in vain. The woodman gladly views the closing day, to see the sun drop down behind the wood, sinking in clouds deep blue or misty grey, round as football and as red as blood. The pleasing prospect does his heart much good. Though 'tis not his such beauties to admire, he hastens to fill his bags with billet wood, well pleased from the chill prospect to retire, to seek his corner chair, and warm snug cottage fire. And, soon as dusky even hovers round, and the white frost 'gins crizzle pond and brook, the little family are glimpsing round, and from the door dart many a wistful look. The supper's ready, stewing on the hook, and every foot that clampers down the street is for the coming father's step mistook. O'erjoyed are they when he their eyes doth meet, bent 'neath his load, snow clad, as white as any sheet. I think I see him seated in his chair, taking the bellows up the fire to blow. I think I hear him joke and chatter there, telling his children news they wish to know, with leather leggings on that stopped the snow, and broad-brimmed hat uncouthly shapen round. Nor would he, I'd be bound, if it were so, give 2d for the chance, could it be found, at that same hour to be the King of England crowned. The woodman smokes, the brats in mirth and glee, and artless prattle, even hours beguile, while love's last pledge runs scrambling up his knee, the nightly comfort from his weary toil, his chuffed cheeks dimpling in a fondling smile. He claims his kiss, and says his scraps of prayer, begging his daddy's pretty song the while, playing with his jacket buttons and his hair, and thus in wedlock's joy the laborer drowns his care. And, as most laborers knowingly pretend, by certain signs to judge the weather right, as oft from Noah's ark great floods descend, and buried moons foretell great storms at night, in such like things the woodman took delight, and ere he went to bed would always ken whether the sky was gloomed or stars shone bright, and then went to Comfort's arms till morn, and then, as cheery as the sun, resumed his toils again. And ere he slept he always breathed a prayer, I thank thee, Lord, that thou to day didst give sufficient strength to toil, and bless thy care, and thank thee still for what I may receive, and, O mighty God, while I still live, ere my eyes open on the last day's sun, prepare thou me this wicked world to leave, and fit my passage ere my race is run. 'Tis all I beg, O Lord, thy heavenly will be done. Holland, to thee this humble ballad sent, who for the poor man's welfare oft hast prayed, whose tongue did ne'er belie its good intent, preacher as well in practice as in trade. Alas, too often money's business made. O may the wretch that still in darkness living, the Bible's comforts here by thee displayed, and many a woodman's family, forgiven, have cause for blessing thee that led their way to heaven. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Rural Evening by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The sun now sinks behind the wooded green, and twittering spangles glow the leaves between. So bright and dazzling on the eye it plays, as if noon's heat had kindled to a blaze. But soon it dims in red and heavier hues, and shows wild fancy cheated in her views. A mist like moisture rises from the ground, and deeper blueness stains the distant round. The eye each moment as it gazes o'er still loses objects which it marked before, the woods at distance changing light to clouds, and spire points coodling under evening's shrouds, till forms of things and hues of leaf and flower, in deeper shadows as by magic power, with light and all, in scarce perceived decay, put on mild evening's sober garb of grey. Now in the sleepy gloom that blackens round dies many a lulling hum of rural sound, from cottage door, farmyard, and dusty lane, where home the cart house tolters with the swain, or padded home, where village boys resort, bawling enraptured o'er their evening sport, till night awakens superstition's dread, and drives them prisoners to a restless bed. Thrice happy eve of days no more to me! Who ever thought such change belonged to thee? When, like to boys whom now thy gloom surrounds, I chased the stag, or played at fox and hounds, or wandered down the lane with many a mate, to play at seesaw on the pasture gate, or on the threshold of some cottage sat, to watch the flittings of the shrieking bat, who, seemly pleased to mock our treacherous view, would even swoop and touch us as he flew, and vainly still our hopes to entertain, would stint his route, and circle us again, till wearied out with many a coaxing call, which boyish superstition loves to bawl, his shrill song shrieking he betook to flight, and left us puzzled in short-sighted night. Those days have fled me, as from them they steal, and I felt losses they must shortly feel. But sure such ends make every bosom sore, to think of pleasures we must meet no more. Now from the pasture milking maidens come, with each a swain to bear the burden home, who often coax them on their pleasant way, to soodle longer out in love's delay, while on a molehill or a resting stile, the simple rustics try their arts the while, with gleaming smiles and hopes and fears between, snatching a kiss to open what they mean, and all the utmost that their tongues can do, the honeyed words which nature learns to woo, the wildflower sweets of language, love and dear, with warmest utterings meet each maiden's ear, who as by magic smit, she knows not why, from the warm look that waits a wished reply, droops fearful down in love's delightful swoon, as slinks the bosom from the sons of noon, while sighs half smothered from the throbbing breast, and broken words sweet trembling o'er the rest, and cheeks in blushes burning turned aside, betray the plainer what she strives to hide. The amorous swain sees through the feigned disguise, discerns the fondness she at first denies, and with all passions love and truth can move, urges more strong the simpering maid to love, more freely using toying ways to win tokens that echo from the soul within, her soft hand nipping that with ardor burns, and timid gentler presses its returns, then stealing pins with innocent deceit, to lose the kerchief from its envied seat, then unawares her bonnet he'll untie, her dark brown ringlets wiping gently by, to steal a kiss in seemly feigned disguise, as love yields kinder taken by surprise. While nearly conquered she less disapproves, and owns at last, mid tears and sighs, she loves. With sweetest feelings that this world bestows, now each to each their inmost souls disclose, vow to be true, and to be truly ta'en, repeat their loves, and vow it o'er again, and pause at loss of language to proclaim those purest pleasures, yet without a name. And while in highest ecstasy of bliss, the shepherd holds her yielding hand in his, he turns to heaven to witness what he feels, and silent shows what want of words conceals. Then ere the parting moments hustle nigh, and night in deeper dye his curtain dips, till next day's evening glads the anxious eye, he swears his truth and seals it on her lips. At even's hour the truce of toil, 'tis sweet, the sons of labour at their ease to meet, on piled bench, beside the cottage door, made up of mud and stones and sodded o'er, where rustic taste at leisure trimly weaves the rose and straggling woodbine to the eaves, and on the crowded spot that pales enclose, the white and scarlet daisy rears in rows, training the trailing peas in bunches neat, perfuming evening with a luscious sweet, and sunflowers planting for their gilded show, that scale the window's lattice ere they blow. Then sweet two habitants within the sheds peep through the diamond pane their golden heads, or at the shop where ploughs and harrows lie, well known to every child that passes by, from shining fragments littering on the floor, and branded letter burnt upon the door, where meddling boys, the torment of the street, in hard burnt cinders ready weapons meet, to pelt the martins 'neath the eaves at rest, that oft are waked to mourn a ruined nest, or sparrows that delight their nest to leave in dust to flutter at the cool of eve. For such like scenes the gossip leaves her home, and sons of labour light their pipes, and come to talk of wages, whether high or low, and mumble news that still as secrets go, when heedless then to all the rest may say, the beckoning lover nods the maid away, and at a distance many an hour they seem, in jealous whisperings o'er their pleasing theme, while children round them teasing sports prolong, to twirl the top, or bounce the hoop along, or shout across the street their one catch all, or poke the housed bee from the cottage wall. Now at the parish cottage walled with dirt, where all the cumber grounds of life resort, from the low door that bows two props between, some feeble tottering dame surveys the scene, by them reminded of the long lost day, when she herself was young, and went to play, And turning to the painful scenes again, the mournful changes she has met since then, her aching heart the contrast moves so keen, and sighs a wish that life had never been. Still vainly sinning, while she strives to pray, half smothered discontent pursues its way, in whispering Providence, how blest she'd been, if life's last troubles she'd escaped unseen. If once sneaked for grudged support from pride, she had but shared of childhood joys and died. And as to talk some passing neighbors stand, and shove their box within her tottering hand, she turns from echoes of her younger years, and nips the portion of her snuff with tears. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Rustic Fishing by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. On Sunday mornings, freed from hard employ, how oft I marked the mischievous young boy, with anxious haste his pole and lines provide, for makeshifts oft crooked pins to thread were tied, and delve his knife with wishes ever warm in rotten dunghills for the grub and worm, the harmless treachery of his hooks to bait, tracking the dewy grass with many a mate, to seek the brook that down the meadows glides, where the grey willow shadows by its sides, where flag and reed in wild disorder spread, and bending bulrush bows its taper head, and, just above the surface of the floods, where water lilies mount their snowy buds, on whose broad swimming leaves of glossy green the shining dragonfly is often seen, where hanging thorns with roots washed bare appear, that shield the moorhen's nest from year to year, while crowding osiers mingling wild among, prove snug asylums to her brood when young, who, when surpassed by foes approaching near, plunge 'neath the weeping boughs and disappear. They're far from terrors that the parson brings, or church bell hearing when its summons rings. Half hid in meadow sweet and cacked high flowers, in lonely sport they spend the Sunday hours. Though ill supplied for fishing seemed the brook, that breaks the mead in many's stinted crook, oft choked in weeds and foiled to find a road, the choice retirement of the snake and toad, then lost in shallows, dimpling restlessly, in fluttering struggles, murmuring to be free, o'er gravel stones its depth can scarcely hide, it runs remnant of its broken tide, till seemly weary of each cloaked control, it rests collected in some gulled hole, scooped by the sudden floods when winter's snow melts in confusion by a hasty thaw. There bent in hopeful musings on the brink, they watch their floating corks that seldom sink, save when a wary roach or silver bream nibbles the worm as passing up the stream, just urging expectation's hopes to stay, to view the dodging cork, then slink away. Still hopes keep burning with untired delight, still wobbling curves keep wavering like a bite. If but the breezy wind their floats should spring, and move the water with a troubling ring, a captive fish still fills the anxious eyes, and willow wicks lie ready for the prize, till evening gales awaken damp and chill, and nip the hopes that morning suns instil, and resting flies have tired their gauzy wing, nor longer tempt the watching fish to spring, who at the worm no nibbles more repeat, but lunge from night in sheltering flag retreat. Then disappointed in their day's employ, they seek amusement in a feebler joy. Short is the sigh for fancies proved untrue, with humbler hopes still pleasure they pursue. Where the rude oak bridge scales the narrow pass, half hid in rustling reeds and scrambling grass, or stepping stones stride o'er the narrow sloughs, which maidens daily cross to milk their cows. There they in artless glee for minnows run, and wade and dabble past the setting sun, chasing the strudel o'er the shallow tide, and flat stones turning up where gudgeons hide. All former hopes their ill success delayed, in this new change they fancy well repaid. And thus they wade and chatter o'er their joys, till night, unlooked for, young success destroys, drives home the sons of solitude and streams, and stops uncloyed hopes, ever freshening dreams. They then, like schoolboys that at truant play, in sloomy fear lounge on their homeward way, and inly tremble as they gain the town, where chastisement awaits with many a frown, and hazel twigs, in readiness prepared for their long absence, brings a meet reward. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. June by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Now summer is in flower, and nature's hum is never silent round her bounteous bloom. Insects, as small as dust, have never done with glittering dance and reeling in the sun, and green woodfly and blossom haunting bee are never weary of their melody. Round field and hedge flowers in full glory twine, large bindweed bells, wild hop, and street woodbine, that lift athirst their slender throated flowers, agape for dewfall and for honey showers. These o'er each bush in sweet disorder run, and spread their wild hues to the sultry sun. The mottled spider at eve's leisure weaves his webs of silken lace on twigs and leaves, which every morning meet the poet's eye like fairies' dew-wet dresses hung to dry. The wheat swells into ear and hides below the May month wild flowers and their gaudy show, leaving a schoolboy's height in snugger rest, the leveret's seat, and lark and partridge nest. The mowers now bend o'er the beaded grass, where oft the gypsy's hungry journeying ass will turn his wishes from the meadow paths, listening the rustle of the falling swaths. The ploughman sweats along the fallow vales, and down the sun-cracked furrow slowly trails, off seeking, when athirst, the brook's supply, where, brushing eagerly the bushes by, for coolest water he disturbs the rest of ring-dove brooding o'er its idle nest. The shepherd's leisure hours are over now, no more he loiters 'neath the hedgerow bough, on shadows pillowed banks and lolling stile. The wilds must lose their summer friend awhile. With whistle, barking dogs, and chiding scold, he drives the bleating sheep from fallow fold, to wash pools, where the willow shadows lean, dashing them in, their stained coats to clean. Then, on the sunny sward, when dry again, he brings them homeward to the clipping pen Of hurdles formed where elm or sycamore Shut out the sun, or to some threshing floor. There with the scraps of songs, and laugh and tale, He lightens annual toil, where merry ale Goes round, and glads some old man's heart to praise The threadbare customs of his early days. How the high bowl was in the middle set At breakfast time, when clippers yearly met, Filled full of furmity, where dainty swum The streaking sugar, and the spotting plum. The maids could never to the table bring The bowl, without one rising from the ring To lend a hand, who, if 'twere ta'en amiss, Would sell his kindness for a stolen kiss. The large stone pitcher in its homely trim, And clouded pint horn with its copper rim, Were there, from which were drunk, with spirits high, Healths of the best cellar could supply, While sung the ancient swains, in uncouth rhymes, Songs that were pictures of the good old times. Thus will the old man ancient ways bewile, Till toiling shears gain ground upon the tail, And break it off, for now the timid sheep, His fleece shorn off, starts with a fearful leap, Shaking his naked skin with wondering joys, While others are brought in by sturdy boys. Though fashion's haughty frown hath thrown aside Half the old form's simplicity supplied, Yet there are some pride's winter dines to spare, Left like green ivy when the trees are bare. And now when shearing of the flocks is done, Some ancient customs, mixed with harmless fun, Crown the swain's merry toils. The timid maid, Pleased to be praised, and yet of praise afraid, Seeks the best flowers, not those of woods and fields, But such as every farmer's garden yields. Fine cabbage roses, painted like her face, The shining pansy, trimmed with golden lace, The tall topped larkhills, feathered thick with flowers, The woodbine climbing o'er the door in bowers, The London tufts of many a mottled hue, The pale pink pea, and monkshood darkly blue, The white and purple gillyflowers that stay Ling in blossom, summer half away, The single blood walls of a luscious smell, Old fashioned flowers which housewives loved so well. The columbine, stone blue, or deep night brown, Their honeycomb like blossoms hanging down, Each cottage garden's fond adopted child, Though he still claim them, where they yet go wild, With marjoram knots, sweet briar, and ribbon grass, And lavender, the choice of every lass, And sprigs of lad's love, all familiar names, Which every garden through the village claims. The maid gathers with a coy delight, And ties them up in readiness for night, Then gives to every swain, 'tween love and shame, Her clipping posies, as his yearly claim. He rises to obtain the customed kiss, With stifled smiles, half hankering after bliss. She shrinks away, and blushing calls it rude, Yet turns to smile, and hopes to be pursued. While one, to whom the hint may be applied, Follows to gain it, and is not denied. The rest the loud laugh raise to make it known, She blushes silent, and will not disown. Thus ale, and song, and healths, and merry ways Keep up a shadow still of former days. But the old beechen bowl, that once supplied The feast of furmity, is thrown aside, And the old freedom that was living then, When masters made them merry with their men, When all their coats alike were russet brown, And his rude speech was vulgar as their own, All this is past, and soon will pass away, The time torn remnant of the holiday. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. December by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Glad Christmas comes, and every hearth Makes room to give him welcome now, And want will dry its tears in mirth, And crown him with a holly bough. Though tramping 'neath a winter sky, O'er snowy paths and rimy stiles, The housewife sets her spinning by, To bid him welcome with her smiles. Each house is swept the day before, And windows stuck with evergreens, The snow is bosomed from the door, And comfort crowns the cottage scenes. Gilt holly with its thorny pricks, And yew and box with berries small, These deck the unused candlesticks, And pictures hanging by the wall. Neighbors resume their annual cheer, Wishing with smiles and spirits high Glad Christmas and a happy year To every morning passer by. Milkmaids their Christmas journeys go, Accompanied with favored swain, And children pace the crumping snow To taste their granny's cake again. The shepherd now, no more afraid, Since custom doth the chance bestow, Starts up to kiss the giggling maid Beneath the branch of mistletoe, That 'neath each cottage beam is seen, With pearl like berries shining gay, The shadow still of what hath been, Which fashion yearly fades away. The singing waits, a merry throng, At early morn with simple skill, Yet imitate the angels' song, And chant their Christmas ditty still. And 'mid the storm that dies and swells By fits, in hummings softly steals The music of the village bells, Ringing round their merry peals. When this is past, a merry crew, Bedecked in masks and ribbons gay, The morris dance, their sports renew, And act their winter evening play. The clown turned king for penny praise Storms with the actors' strut and swell, And harlequin, a laugh to raise, Wears his hunchback and tinkling bell. And off for pence and spicy ale, With winter nosegays pinned before, The wassail singer tells her tale, And draws her Christmas carols o'er, While 'prentice boy with ruddy face And rhyme bepowered dancing locks, From door to door with happy pace Runs round to claim his Christmas box. The block upon the fire is put To sanction custom's old desires, And many a faggot's bands are cut For the old farmer's Christmas fires, Where loud tongued gladness joins the throng, And winter meets the warmths of May, Till feeling soon the heat too strong, He rubs his shins and draws away. While snows the window panes bedim, The fire curls up a sunny charm, Where, creaming o'er the pitcher's rim, The flowering ale is set to warm. Mirth, full of joy as summer bees, sits there its pleasures to impart, and children, 'tween their parents' knees, sing scraps of carols or by heart. And some, to view the winter weathers, climb up the window seat with glee, likening the snow to falling feathers, in fancy's infant ecstasy, laughing with superstitious love, or visions wild that youth supplies, of people pulling geese above, and keeping Christmas in the skies. As though the homestead trees were dressed in lieu of snow with dancing leaves, as though the sun-dried martin's nest instead of icicles hung the eaves, the children hail the happy day, as if the snow were April's grass, and pleased as 'neath the warmth of May, sport o'er the water froze to glass. Though day of happy sound and mirth, that long with childish memory stays, how blest around the cottage hearth I met thee in my younger days, harping with rapture's dreaming joys on presents which thy coming found, the welcome sight of little toys, the Christmas gifts of cousins round. The wooden horse with arching head, drawn upon wheels around the room, the gilded coach of gingerbread, and many-colored sugar plum, gilt-covered books for pictures sought, or stories childhood loves to tell, with many an urgent promise bought to get tomorrow's lesson well, and many a thing a minute's sport left broken on the sanded floor, when we would leave our play and court our parents' promises for more. Though manhood bids such raptures die, and throws such toys aside as vain, yet memory loves to turn her eye, and count past pleasures o'er again. Around the glowing hearth at night, the harmless laugh and winter tale go round while parting friends delight to toast each other o'er their ale. The cotter oft with quiet zeal will musing o'er his Bible lean, while in the dark the lovers steal to kiss and toy behind the screen. Old customs, oh, I love the sound, however simple they may be, where'er the time have sanction found, is welcome and is dear to me. Pride grows above simplicity, and spurns them from her haughty mind, and soon the poet's song will be the only refuge they can find. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Approach of Spring by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Now, once again, thou lovely spring, thy sights the day beguiles, for fresher greens the fairy ring, the daisy brighter smiles. The winds, that late, with chiding voice, would fain thy stay prolong, relent while little birds rejoice, and mingle into song. Undaunted maiden, thou shalt find thy home in gleaming woods, thy mantle in the southern wind, thy wreath in swelling buds. And may thy mantle wrap thee round, and hope still warm and thrive, and dews with every morn be found to keep thy wreath alive. May coming suns that tempt thy flowers smile on as they begin, and gentle be succeeding hours as those that bring thee in. Full lovely are thy dappled skies, pearled round with promised showers, and sweet thy blossoms round thee rise to meet the sunny hours. The primrose bud, thy early pledge, sprouts 'neath each woodland tree, and violets under every hedge prepare a seat for thee. As maids just meeting woman's bloom feel love's delicious strife, so nature warms to find thee come, and kindles into life. Through hedgerow leaves in drifted heaps, left by the stormy blast, the little hopeful blossom peeps, and tells of winter past. A few leaves flutter from the woods that hung the season through, leaving their place for swelling buds to spread their leaves anew. 'Mong withered grass upon the plain that lent the blast a voice, the tender green appears again, and creeping things rejoice. Each warm bank shines with early flowers, where oft a lonely bee drones, venturing on in sunny hours its humming song to thee. The birds are busy on the wing, the fish play in the stream, and many a hasting curdled ring crimps round the leaping bream. The buds unfold to leaves a space along the hedgerow bowers, and many a child with rosy face is seeking after flowers. The soft wind fans the violet blue, its opening sweets to share, and infant breezes, waked anew, play in the maiden's hair. Maidens that freshen with thy flowers to charm the gentle swain, and daily, in their milking hours, with lovers' vows again. Bright dews illume the grassy plain, sweet messengers of morn, and drops hang, glistening after rain, like gems on every thorn. What through the grass is moist and rank, where dews fall from the tree, the creeping sun smiles on the bank, and warms a seat for thee. The eager morning earlier wakes, to glad thy fond desires, and oft its rosy bed forsakes, ere night's pale moon retires. Sweet shalt thou feel the morning sun to warm thy dewy breast, and chase the chill mist purple dun that lingers in the west. Her dresses nature gladly trims to hail thee as her queen, and soon shall fold thy lovely limbs in modest garb of green. Each day shall like thy lover come, some gifts with thee to share, and swarms of flowers shall quickly bloom to dress thy golden hair. All life and beauty warm and smile thy lovely face to see, and many a hopeful hour beguile in seeking joys with thee. The sweetest hours that ever come are those which thou dost bring, and sure the fairest flowers that bloom are partners of the spring. I've met the winter's biting breath in nature's wild retreat, when silence listens as in death, and thought its wildest sweet. And I have loved the winter's calm when frost has left the plain, when suns that morning wakened warm left eve to freeze again. I've heard in autumn's early rain her first, her gentlest song. I've marked her change o'er wood and plain, and wished her reign were long, till winds like armies gathered round, and stripped her colored woods, and storms urged on with thunder sound their desolating floods. And summer's endless stretch of green spread over plain and tree, sweet solace to my eyes had been, as it to all must be. Long I have stood his burning heat, and breathed the sultry day, and walked and toiled with weary feet, nor wished his pride away. But oft I've watched the greening buds brushed by the linnet's wing, when, like a child, the gladdened woods, first lisped the voice of spring, when flowers like dreams peep every day, reminding what they bring. I've watched them and am warned to pay a preference to spring. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To the Rural Muse by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Muse of the fields, oft have I said farewell to thee, my boon companion, loved so long, and hung thy sweet harp in the bushy dell, for abler hands to wake an abler song. Much did I fear my homage did thee wrong, yet, loth to leave, as oft I turned again, and to its wires mine idle hands would cling, torturing it into song, it may be vain, yet still I try, ere fancy droops her wing, and hopeless silence comes to numb its every string. Muse of the pasture brooks, on thy calm sea, of Poesy I've sailed, and through the will to speed where greater than my prowess be, I'd ventured, with much fear of usage ill, yet more of joy, though timid be my skill, as not to dare the depths of mightier streams. Yet rocks abide in shallow ways, and I have much of fear to mingle with my dreams. Yet, lovely Muse, I still believe thee by, and think I see thee smile, and so forget I sigh. Muse of the cottage hearth, oft did I tell my hopes to thee, nor feared to plead in vain, but felt around my heart thy witching spell, that bade me as thy worshipper remain. I did so, and still worship, oh, again! Smile on my offerings, and so keep them green. Bedeck my fancies like the clouds of even, mingling all hues which thou from heaven dost glean. To me a portion of thy power be given, if theme so mean as mine may merit aught of heaven. For thee in youth I called the simple flower, that on thy bosom gained a sweeter hue, and took thy hand along life's sunny hour, meeting the sweetest joys that ever grew. More friends were needless, and my foes were few, though freedom then be deemed as rudeness now, and what once won thy praise now meets disdain. Yet the last wreath I braided for thy brow, thy smiles did so commend, it made me vain to weave another one, and hope for praise again. With thee the spirit of departed years wakes that sweet voice which time hath rendered dumb, and freshens, like to spring, love, hopes, and fears, that in my bosom found an early home. Wooing the heart to ecstasy, I come to thee when sick of care, of joy bereft, seeking the pleasures that are found in bloom. O happy hopes, that time hath only left around the haunts where thou didst erst sojourn, then smile, sweet Muse, again, and welcome my return. With thee the raptures of life's early day appear, and all that pleased me when a boy, though pains and cares have torn the best away, and winter creeps between us to destroy, do thou commend, the recompense is joy. The tempest of the heart shall soon be calm, though sterner truth against my dreams rebel. Hope feels success, and all my spirits warm to strike with happier mood thy simple shell, and seize thy mantle's hem. Oh, say not fare thee well. Still, sweet enchantress, youth's strong feelings move, that from thy presence their existence took, the innocent idolatry and love, paying thee worship in each secret nook, that fancied friends in tree, and flower, and brook, shaped clouds to angels and beheld them smile, and heard commending tongues in every wind. Life's grosser fantasies did these dreams defile, yet not entirely root them from the mind. I think I hear them still, and often look behind. Ay, I have heard thee in the summer wind, and if commending what I sung to thee, ay, I have seen thee on a cloud reclined, kindling my fancies into poesy. I saw thee smile, and took the praise to me. In beauties, past all beauty, thou wert dressed. I thought the very clouds around thee knelt. I saw the sun to linger in the west, paying thee worship, and as Eve did melt in dews, they seemed thy tears for sorrows I had felt. Sweeter than flowers on beauty's bosom hung, sweeter than dreams of happiness above, sweeter than themes by lips of beauty sung, are the young fancies of a poet's love. When round his thoughts thy trancing visions move, in floating melody no notes may sound, the world is all forgot, and past his care, while on thy harp thy fingers lightly bound, as winning him its melody to share, and heaven itself with him, where is it, then, but there? E'en now my heart leaps out from grief and all the gloom thrown round by care's o'ershading wing. E'en now those sunny visions to recall, like a bird I quit dull earth and sing Life's tempest swoon to calms on every string. Ah, sweet enchantress, if I do but dream, if earthly visions have been only mine, my weakness in thy service woos esteem, and proves my truth as almost worthy thine. Surely true worship makes the meanest theme divine? And still, warm courage, calming many a fear, heartens my hand once more thy harp to try, to join the anthem of the minstrel year, for summer's music in thy praise is high. The very winds about thy mantle sigh love melodies, thy minstrel bards to be. Insects and birds, exerting all their skill, float in continued song for mastery, while in thy haunts loud leaps the little rill, to kiss thy mantle's hem, and how can I be still? There still I see thee fold thy mantles grey, to trace the dewy lawn at morn and night, and there I see thee, in thy sunny day, withdraw thy veil and shine confessed in light, burning my fancies with a wild delight, to win a portion of thy blushing fame, though haughty fancy treat thy power as small, and fashion thy simplicity disdain. Should but a portion of thy mantle fall o'er him who woos thy love, 'tis recompense for all. Not with the mighty to thy shrine I come, in anxious sighs or self-applauding mirth, on Mount Parnassus, as thine heir to Rome. I dare not credit that immortal birth, but mingling with the lesser ones on earth, Like as the little lark from off its nest Beside the mossy hill awakes in glee To seek the morning's throne a merry guest, So do I seek thy shrine, if that may be, To win by new attempts another smile from thee. If without thee 'neath storms and clouds and wind I've roamed the wood and field and meadow lea, And found no flowers but what the vulgar find, Nor met one breath of living poesy Among such charms where inspirations be, The fault is mine, and I must bear the lot Of missing praise to merit thy disdain, To feel each idle plea, though urged, forgot. I can but sigh, though foolish to complain O'er hopes so fair begun, to find them end so vain. Then will it prove presumption thus to dare To add fresh failings to each faulty song, Urging thy blessings on an idle prayer To sanction silly themes, it will be wrong For one so lowly to be heard so long. Yet, sweet enchantress, yet a little while Forego impatience, and from frowns refrain, The strong are ne'er debarred thy cheering smile, Why should the weak, who need them most, complain, Alone in solitude, soliciting in vain? But if my efforts on thy heart prove true, Which bashful youth at first so feared to try, If aught of nature be in sounds I drew From hope's young dreams, and doubt's uncertainty, For these late offerings, not without their sigh, Then on thine altar shall these things be laid, And past the deeds of graven brass remain, Filling a space in time that shall not fade. And if it be not so, avert disdain, Till dust shall feel no sting, nor know it toiled in vain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Summer Images by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Now swarthy summer, by rude health embrowned, Precedence takes of rosy fingered spring, And laughing joy, with wildflowers pranked and crowned, A wild and giddy thing, and health robust, From every care unbound. Come on the zephyr's wing, and cheer the toiling clown, Happy as holiday enjoying face, Loud tongued, and merry as a marriage bell, Thy lightsome step sheds joy in every place, And where the troubled dwell, The witching charms wean them of half their cares, And from thy sunny spell They greet joy unawares. Then with thy sultry locks all loose and rude, And mantle laced with gems of garish light, Come as of wont, for I would fain intrude, And in the world's despite Share the rude wealth that thy own heart beguiles, If haply so I might Win pleasure from thy smiles. Me not the noise of brawling pleasure cheers In nightly revels or in city streets, But joys which soothe and not distract the ears, That one at leisure meets In the green woods, and meadows summer shorn, Or fields where bee fly greets The ear with mellow horn. The green swathed grasshopper on treble pipe Sings there, and dances in mad hearted pranks. The bees go courting every flower that's ripe On box and sunny banks, And droning dragon fly on rude bassoon Attempts to give God thanks in no discordant tune. The speckled thrush, by self-delight imbued, there sings unto himself for joy's amends, and drinks the honey-dew of solitude. There happiness attends, with inbred joy until the heart o'erflow, of which the world's rude friends, not heeding, nothing know. There the gay river, laughing as it goes, plashes with easy wave its flaggy sides, and to the calm of heart in calmest shows what pleasure there abides. To trace its sedgy banks from trouble free spots solitude provides, to muse and happy be. There, ruminating 'neath some pleasant bush, on sweet silk grass I'd stretch me at mine ease, where I can pillow on the yielding rush, and acting as I please, drop into pleasant dreams, or, musing lie, mark the wind-shaken trees, and cloud-betravelled sky. There think me how some barter joy for care, and waste life's summer health in riot rude, of nature nor of nature's sweets aware, when passions vain intrude. These, by calm musings, softened are and still, and the heart's better mood feels sick of doing ill. There I can live, and at my leisure seek joys far from cold restraints, not fearing pride. Free as the winds that breathe upon my cheek rude health, so long denied. Here poor integrity can sit at ease, and list self-satisfied the song of honey bees. The green lane now I traverse, where it goes, not guessing, till some sudden turn espies rude battered finger post, that stooping shows where the snug mystery lies, and then a mossy spire, with ivy crown, cheers up the short surprise, and shows a peeping town. I see the wildflowers in their summer morn of beauty, feeding on joy's luscious hours, the gay convolvulus wreathing round the thorn, agape for honey showers, and slender kingcup burnished with the dew of morning's early hours, like gold minted new, and marked by rustic bridge, or shallow stream, cow-tending boy, to toil unreconciled, absorbed as in some vagrant summer dream, who now, in gestures wild, starts dancing to his shadow on the wall, feeling self-gratified, nor fearing human thrall, or thread the sunny valley laced with streams, or forest rude, and the o'ershadowed brims of simple pond, where the idle shepherd dreams, stretching his listless limbs, or trace hay-scented meadows, smooth and long, where joy's wild impulse swims in one continued song. I love at early morn, from new mown swath, to see the startled frog his route pursue, to mark while, leaping o'er the dripping path, his bright sides scatter dew, the early lark that, from its bustle flies, to hail his matin new, and watch him to the skies, to note on hedgerow bulks, in moisture sprent, the jetty snail creep from the mossy thorn, with earnest heed, and tremulous intent, frail brother of the morn, that from the tiny bent's dew-misted leaves withdraws his timid horn, and fearful vision weaves. Or swallow heed on smoke-tanned chimney top, wont to be first unsealing morning's eye, ere yet the bee hath gleaned one wayward drop of honey on his thigh, to see him seek morn's airy couch to sing, until the golden sky bepaint his russet wing. Or sauntering boy by tanning corn to spy, with clapping noise to startle birds away, and hear him bawl to every passer by, to know the hour of day, while the uncradled breezes, fresh and strong, with waking blossoms play, and breathe Aeolian song. I love the southwest wind, or low or loud, and not the less when sudden drops of rain moisten my glowing cheek from ebon cloud, threatening soft showers again, that over lands new plowed and meadow grounds summer's sweet breath unchain, and wake harmonious sounds. Rich music breathes in summer's every sound, and in her harmony of varied greens, woods, meadows, hedgerows, cornfields, all around, much beauty intervenes, filling with harmony the ear and eye, while o'er the mingling scenes far spreads the laughing sky. See, how the wind enamored aspen leaves turn up their silver lining to the sun, and hark! the rustling noise that oft deceives, and makes the sheep boy run, the sound so mimics fast approaching showers, he thinks that rain's begun, and hastes to sheltering bowers. But now the evening curdles dank and grey, changing her watchet hue for sombre weed, and moping owls to close the lids of day on drowsy wing proceed, while chickering crickets, tremulous and long, life's farewell inly heed, and give it parting song. The pranking bat its flighty circlet makes, the glow-worm burnishes its lamp anew, o'er meadows dew besprent the beetle wakes, inquiries ever new, teasing each passing ear with murmurs vain, as wanting to pursue his homeward path again. Hark! 'tis the melody of distant bells, that on the wind with pleasing hum rebounds, by fitful starts, then musically swells o'er the dim silly grounds, while on the meadow bridge the pausing boy listens the mellow sounds, and hums in vacant joy. Now homeward bound, the hedger bundles round his evening faggot, and with every stride his leathern doublet leaves a rustling sound, till silly sheep beside his path start tremulous, and once again look back dissatisfied, and scour the dewy plain. How sweet the soothing calmness that distills o'er the heart's every sense its opiate dews, in meek-eyed moods and ever balmy trills, that softens and subdues, with gentle quiet bland and sober train, which dreamy eve renews, in many a mellow strain. I love to walk the fields, they are to me a legacy no evil can destroy. They, like a spell, set every rapture free that cheered me when a boy. Play, pastime, all time's blotting pen concealed, comes like a new born joy to greet me in the field. For nature's objects ever harmonize with emulous taste that vulgar deed annoys, which love in pensive moods to sympathize, and meet vibrating joys. O'er nature's pleasing things nor slighting, deems pastimes the Muse employs vain and obtrusive themes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Autumn by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Siren of sullen moods and fading hues, yet haply not incapable of joy, sweet Autumn, I thee hail with welcome all unfeigned. And oft as morning from her lattice peeps, to beckon up the sun, I seek with thee to drink the dewy breath of fields left fragrant then. In solitudes, where no frequented pass, but what thy own foot makes betray thine home, stealing obtrusive there, to meditate thy end. By overshadowing ponds, in woody nooks, with ramping sallows lined, and crowding sedge, which woo the winds to play, and with them dance for joy. And meadow pools, torn wide by lawless floods, where water lilies spread their oily leaves, on which, as wont, the fly oft battens in the sun. Where leans the mossy willow half way o'er, on which the shepherd crawls astride to throw his angle clear of weeds that crowd the water's brim, or crispy hills and hollows scant of sward, where, step by step, the patient, lonely boy hath cut rude flights of stairs to climb their steepy sides, then track along their feet, grown hoarse with noise, the crawling brook that ekes its weary speed, and struggles through the weeds with faint and sullen brawl. These haunts I long have favoured, more as now, with thee thus wandering, moralizing on, stealing glad thoughts from grief, and happy, though I sigh, sweet vision, with the wild dishevelled hair, and raiment shadowy of each wind's embrace, fain would I win thine harp to one accordant theme. Now, not inaptly craved, communing thus, beneath the curdled arms of this stunt oak, while pillowed on the grass, we fondly ruminate o'er the discorded scenes of woods and fields, ploughed lands, thin travelled with half-hungry sheep, pastures tracked deep with cows, where small birds seek for seed, marking the cowboy that so merrily trills his frequent unpremeditated song, wooing the winds to pause, till echo bawls again, as on with plashy step, and clouted shone, he rose, half indolent and self-employed, to rob the little birds of hips and pendant haws, and sloes, dim covered as with dewy veils, and rambling brambleberries pulpy and sweet, arcing their prickly trails, half o'er the narrow lane, noting the hedger front with stubborn face, the dank bleak wind that whistles thinly by, his leathern garb thorn-proof, and cheek red-hot with toil, while o'er the pleachy lands of mellow brown, the mower's stumbling scythe clogs to his foot. The ever-eking wisp, with sharp and sudden jerk, till into formal rows the russet shocks crowd the blank field to thatch time-weathered barns, and hovels rude repair, stripped by disturbing winds. See, from the rustling scythe the haunted hare scampers stertorous with startled ears, Pricked up, then squat, as by she brushes to the woods, where reeded grass, breast high and undisturbed, forms pleasant clumps, through which the soothing winds soften her rigid fears, and lull to calm repose. Wild sorceress! me thy restless mood delights, more than the stir of summer's crowded scenes, where, jostled in the din, joy palled my ear with song, heart sickening for the silence that is here, not broken inharmoniously, as now, that lone and vagrant bee booms faint with weary chime. Now filtering winds thin winnow through the woods, in tremulous noise that bids at every breath some sickly cankered leaf let go its hold and die. And now the bickering storm with sudden start, in flirting fits of anger carps aloud thee urging to thine end, sore wept by troubled skies, and yet, sublime in grief, thy thoughts delight to show me visions of most gorgeous dyes, haply forgetting now they but prepare thy shroud. Thy pencil dashing its excess of shades, improvident of waste, till every bough burns with thy mellow touch, disorderly divine. Soon must I view thee as a pleasant dream, droop faintly, and so reckon for thine end, as said the winds sink low in dirges for their queen, while in the moment of their weary pause, to cheer thy bankrupt pomp, the willing lark starts from his shielding clod, snatching sweet scraps of song. Thy life is waning now, and silence tries to mourn, but meets no sympathy in sounds, as stooping low she bends, forming with leaves thy grave, to sleep inglorious there mid tangled woods, till parched lipped summer pines in drought away. Then from thine ivied trance awake to glories new. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Vanities of Life by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. What are life's joys and gains? What pleasures crowd its ways, that man should take such pains to seek them all his days? Sift this untoward strife on which thy mind is bent. See if this shaft of life be worth the trouble spent. Is pride thy heart's desire? Is power thy climbing aim? Is love thy folly's fire? Is wealth thy restless game? Pride, power, love, wealth, and all Time's touchstone shall destroy, and, like base coin, prove all vain substitutes for joy. Dost think thy pride exalts thyself in others' eyes, and hides thy folly's faults, which reason will despise? Dost strut, and turn, and stride, like walking weathercocks? The shadow by thy side becomes thy ape, and mocks. Dost think that power's disguise can make thee mighty seem? It may in folly's eyes, but not in worth's esteem, when all that thou canst ask, and all that she can give, is but a paltry mask, which tyrants wear and live. Go let thy fancies range, and ramble where they may, view power in every change, and what is its display? The country magistrate, the lowest shade in power, to rulers of the state, the meteors of an hour, view all and mark the end of every proud extreme, where flattery turns a friend, and counterfeits esteem, where worth is aped in show, that doth her name purloin, as toys of golden glow are sold for copper coin. Ambition's haughty nod with fancies may deceive, nay, tell thee thou art a god, and wilt thou such believe? Go bid the seas be dry, go hold earth like a ball, or throw thy fancies by, for God can do it all. Dost thou possess the dower of laws to spare or kill? Call it not heavenly power, when but a tyrant's will. Know what a God will do, and know thyself a fool, nor tyrant like pursue where he alone should rule. O put away thy pride, or be ashamed of power that cannot turn aside the breeze that waves a flower, or bid the clouds be still, through shadows they can brave thy poor mocking will, then make not man a slave. Dost think, when wealth is won, thy heart has its desire? Hold ice up to the sun, and wax before the fire, nor triumph o'er the rain, which they so soon resign. In this world's ways they gain insurance safe as thine. Dost think life's peace secure in houses and in land? Go read the fairy lure to twist a cord of sand. Lodge stones upon the sky, hold water in a sieve, nor give such tales the lie, and still thine own believe. Whoso with riches deals, and thinks peace bought and sold, will find them slippery eels that slide the firmest hold. Though sweet as sleep with health, thy lulling luck may be, pride may o'erstride thy wealth, and check prosperity. Dost think that beauty's power life's sweetest pleasure gives? Go pluck the summer flower, and see how long it lives. Behold the rays glide on along the summer plain, ere thou canst stay, they're gone, and measure beauty's reign. Look on the brightest eye, nor teach it to be proud, but view the clearest sky, and thou shalt find a cloud. Nor call each face you meet an angel's, 'cause it's fair, but look beneath your feet, and think of what they are. Who thinks that love doth live in beauty's tempting show, shall find his hopes misgive, and melt in reason's thaw. Who thinks that pleasure lies in every fairy bower, shall oft, to his surprise, find poison in the flower. Dost lawless passions grasp? Judge not thou dealst in joy, its flowers but hide the asp, thy revels to destroy. Who trusts a harlot's smile, and by her wiles is led, plays with a sword the while, hung dropping o'er his head. Dost doubt my warning song? Then doubt the sun gives light. Doubt truth to teach the wrong, and wrong alone as right, and live as lives the knave, intrigue's deceiving guest. Be tyrant or be slave, as suits thy ends the best, or pause amid thy toils, for visions won and lost, and count the fancied spoils, if e'er they quit the cost, and if they still possess thy mind as worthy things, Plat straws with Bedlam Bess, and call them diamond rings. Thy folly's past advice, thy heart's already won, thy falls above all price. So go and be undone. For all who thus prefer the seeming great for small, shall make white vinegar, and sweetest honey gall. Wouldst heed the truths I sing, to profit wherewithal, clip folly's wanton wing, and keep her within call. I've little else to give, what thou canst easy try. The lesson how to live is but to learn to die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Thoughts in a Churchyard by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Ah, happy spot! How still it seems, where crowds of buried memories sleep. How quiet nature o'er them dreams. 'Tis but our troubled thoughts that weep. Life's book shuts here, its pages lost with them, and all its busy claims. The poor are from its memory crossed, the rich leave nothing but their names. There rest the weary from their toil, there lie the troubled free from care, who through the strife of life's turmoil sought rest and only found it there. With none to fear his scornful brow, there sleeps the master with the slave, and heedless of all titles now, repose the honored and the brave. There rest the miser and the heir, both careless who their wealth shall reap. E'en love finds cure for heartaches here, and none enjoy a sounder sleep. The fair one far from folly's freaks, as quiet as her neighbor seems, unconscious now of rosy cheeks, without a rival in her dreams. Strangers alike to joy and strife, heedless of all its past affairs, they're blotted from the list of life, and absent from its teasing cares. Grief, joy, hope, fear, and all their crew, that haunt the memory's living mind, ceased when they could no more pursue, and left a painless blank behind. Life's ignis fatuous light is gone, no more to lead their hopes astray. Care's poisoned cup is drained and done, and all its follies passed away. The bill's made out, the reckoning paid, the book is crossed, the business done. On them the last demand is made, and heaven's eternal peace is won. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Nightingale's Nest by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Up this green woodland ride, let's softly rove, and list the nightingale, she dwells just here. Hush! Let the woodgate softly clap, for fear the noise might drive her from her home of love. For here I've heard her many a merry year, at morn, at eve, nay, all the livelong day, as though she lived on song, this very spot, just where that old man's beard all wildly trails rude arbors o'er the road and stops the way, and where that child its bluebell flowers hath got, laughing and creeping through the mossy rails. There have I hunted like a very boy, creeping on hands and knees through matted thorn, to find her nest, and see her feed her young, and vainly did I many hours employ, all seemed as hidden as though unborn. And where those crimping fern leaves ramp among the hazels under boughs I've nestled down, and watched her while she sung, and her renown hath made me marvel that so famed a bird should have no better dress than russet brown. Her wings would tremble in her ecstasy, and feathers stand on end as 'twere with joy, and mouth wide open to release her heart of its out-sobbing songs. The happiest part of summer's fame she shared, for so to me did happy fancy sharpen her employ. But if I touched a bush, or scarcely stirred, all in a moment stopped. I watched in vain. The timid bird had left the hazel bush, and at a distance hid to sing again, lost in a wilderness of listening leaves. Rich ecstasy would pour its luscious strain, till envy spurred the emulating thrush to start less wild and scarce inferior songs. For while of half the year care him bereaves, to damp the ardor of his speckled breast, the nightingale to summer's life belongs, and naked trees, and winter's nipping wrongs, are strangers to her music and her rest. Her joys are evergreen, her world is wide. Hark! There she is as usual. Let's be hush. For in this blackthorn clump, if rightly guessed, her curious house is hidden. Part aside these hazel branches in a gentle way, and stoop right cautious 'neath the rustling boughs. For we will have another search to-day, and hunt this fern-strewn thorn clump round and round. And where this reeded wood grass idly bows, we'll wade right through it is likely nook. In such like spots, and often on the ground, they'll build, where rude boys never think to look. Ay, as I live, her secret nest is here, upon this white thorn stump. I've searched about for hours in vain. There, put that bramble by. Nay, trample on its branches and get near. How subtle is the bird! She started out, and raised a plaintive note of danger nigh, ere we were past the brambles, and now, near her nest, she sudden stops, as choking fear, that might betray her home, so even now, we'll leave it as we found it, safety's guard, of pathless solitude, shall keep it still. See there, she's sitting on the old oak bough, mute in her fears, our present doth retard, her joys, and doubt turns every rapture chill. Sing on, sweet bird, may no worse hap befall thy visions than the fear that now deceives. We will not plunder music of its dower, nor turn this spot of happiness to thrall, for melody seems hid in every flower that blossoms near thy home. These harebells all seem bowing with the beautiful in song, and gaping cuckoo flowers with spotted leaves seems blushing of the singing it has heard. How curious is the nest! No other bird uses such loose materials, or weaves its dwelling in such spots. Dead open leaves are placed without, and velvet moss within, and little scraps of glass, and scant and spare, what scarcely seem materials, down and hair. For from men's haunts she nothing seems to win, yet nature is the builder, and contrives homes for her children's comfort, even here, where solitude's disciples spend their lives. unseen, save when a wanderer passes near, that loves such pleasant places, deep adown. The nest is made a hermit's mossy cell, snug lie her curious eggs, in number 5, of deadened green, or rather olive brown, and the old prickly thorn bush guards them well. So here we'll leave them, still unknown to wrong, and the old woodland's legacy of song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. To P by John Clare, read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Fair was thy bloom when first I met, thy summer's maiden blossom, and thou art fair and lovely yet, and dearer to my bosom. O thou wert once a wilding flower, all garden flowers excelling, and still I bless the happy hour that led me to thy dwelling. Though nursed by field and brook and wood, and wild in every feature, Spring ne'er unsealed a fairer bud, nor found a blossom sweeter. Of all the flowers the spring hath met, and it has met with many, thou art to me the fairest yet, and loveliest of any. Though ripening summers round thee bring buds to thy swelling bosom, that wait the cheering smiles of spring to ripen into blossom, these buds shall added blessings be to make our love sincerer, for as their flowers resemble thee, they'll make thy memory dearer. And though thy bloom shall pass away by winter overtaken, thoughts of the past will charms display and many joys awaken. When time shall every sweet remove and blight thee on my bosom, let beauty fade to me, my love, though it ne'er be out of blossom. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A World for Love by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Oh, the world is all too rude for thee, with much ado and care. Oh, this world is but a rude world, and hurts a thing so fair. Was there a nook in which the world had never been too sere? That place would prove a paradise, when thou and love were near. And there to pluck the blackberry, and there to reach the sloe, how joyously and happily would love thy partner go, then rest when weary on a bank where not a grassy blade had e'er been bent by trouble's feet, and love thy pillow made. For summer would be ever green, though sloes were in their prime, and winter smile his frowns to spring in beauty's happy clime. And months would come, and months would go, and all in sunny mood, and everything inspired by thee grow beautifully good. And there to make a cot unknown to any care and pain, and there to shut the door alone on singing wind and rain, far, far away from all the world, more rude than rain or wind. Oh, who could wish a sweeter home, or better place to find, than thus to love and live with thee, thou beautiful delight? Than thus to live and love with thee, the summer day and night. The earth itself, where thou hadst rest, would surely smile to see herself grow Eden once again, possessed of love and thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song by John Clare, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Oh, the voice of woman's love! What a bosom-stirring word Was a sweeter ever uttered, Was a dearer ever heard, Than woman's love! How it melts upon the ear, How it nourishes the heart! Cold, ah, cold must his appear Who hath never shared a part Of woman's love. 'Tis pleasure to the mourner, 'Tis freedom to the thrall, The pilgrimage of many And resting place of all, Is woman's love. 'Tis the gem of beauty's birth, It competes with joys above. What were angels upon earth If without a woman's love, A woman's love? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Love by John Clare, read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. Love, though it is not chill and cold, But burning like internal fire, Is yet not of approaches bold, Which gay dramatic taste admire. O, timid love, more fond than free, In daring song is ill portrayed, Where, as in war, the devotee By valor wins each captive maid, Where hearts are pressed to hearts in glee, As they could tell each other's mind, Where ruby lips are kissed as free As flowers are by the summer wind. No, gentle love, that timid dream, With hopes and fears at foil and play, Works like a stiff against the stream, And thinking most finds least to say. It lives in blushes and in sighs, In hopes for which no words are found. Thoughts dare not speak, but in the eyes The tongue is left without a sound. The pert and forward things that dare Their talk in every maiden's ear, Feel no more than their shadows there, Mere things of form with naught of fear. True passion that so burns to plead Is timid as the dove's disguise, 'Tis for the murder aiming glede To dart at everything that flies. True love, it is no daring bird, But like the little timid wren, That in the new-leaved thorns of spring Shrinks farther from the sight of men. The idol of his musing mind, The worship of his lonely hour, Love woos her in the summer wind, And tells her name to every flower, But in her sight no open word Escapes his fondness to declare. The sighs, by beauty's magic stirred, Are all that speak his passion there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Decay by John Clare, read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, B.C. O Poesy is on the wane, For fancy's visions all unfitting. I hardly knew her face again. Nature herself seems on the flitting. The fields grow old and common things, The grass, the sky, the winds a blowing, And spots where still a beauty clings Are sighing, going, all a-going. O Poesy in on the wane, I hardly know her face again. The bank with brambles overspread, And little molehills round about it, Was more to me than laurel shades, With paths of gravel finely clouded, And streaking here and streaking there, through shaven grass and many a border, with rutty lanes had no compare, and heaths were in a richer order. But Poesy is on the wane, I hardly know her face again. I sat beside the pasture stream, when Beauty's self was sitting by, the fields did more than Eden seem, nor could I tell the reason why. I often drank when not a dry, to pledge her health in drought divine. Smiles made it nectar from the sky, love turned in water into wine. O Poesy is on the wane, I cannot find her face again. The sun those mornings used to find, its clouds were other country mountains, and heaven looked downward on the mind, like groves and rocks and mottled fountains. Those heavens are gone, the mountains grey, turned mint, the sun, a homeless ranger, pursues alone his naked way, unnoticed like a very stranger. O Poesy is on the wane, nor love nor joy is mine again. Love's sun went down without a frown, for very joy it used to grieve us. I often think the west is gone, ah cruel time to undeceive us. The stream it is a common stream, where we on Sundays used to ramble. The sky hangs o'er a broken dream, the brambles dwindled to a bramble. O Poesy is on the wane, I cannot find her haunts again. Mere withered stalks and fading trees, and pastures spread with hills and rushes, are all my fading vision sees. Gone, gone are rapture's flooding gushes, when mushrooms they are were fairy bowers, their marble pillars overswelling, and danger paused to pluck the flowers that in their swarthy rings were dwelling. Yes, Poesy is on the wane, nor joy nor fear is mine again. A Poesy hath passed away, and Fancy's visions undeceive us. The night hath taken the place of day, and why should passing shadows grieve us? I thought the flowers upon the hill were flowers from Adam's open gardens, but I have had my summer thrills, and I have had my heart's rewardings. So Poesy is on the wane, I hardly know her face again. And friendship it hath burned away, like to a very ember cooling, a make believe on April day, that sent the simple heart a fooling. Mere jesting in an earnest way, deceiving on and still deceiving, and hope is but a fancy play, and joy the art of true believing. For Poesy is on the wane, oh, could I feel her faith again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Pastoral Fancies by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Sweet pastime, here my mind so entertains, abiding pleasance and heart-feeding joys, to meet this blithesome day, these painted plains, these singing maids, and chubby laughing boys, which haytime and the summer here employs. My rod and line doth all neglected lie, a higher joy my former sport destroys. Nature this day doth bait the hook, and I the glad fish am, and that's to be caught thereby. This silken grass, these pleasant flowers in bloom, among these tasty molehills that do lie, like summer cushions for all guests that come, those little feathered folk that sing and fly above these trees, in that so gentle sky, where not a cloud dares soil its heavenly light, and this smooth river softly grieving by, all fill mine eyes with so divine a sight, as makes me sigh that it should ne'er be night. In sooth, methinks the choice I most should prize were in these meadows of delight to dwell, to share the joyance heaven elsewhere denies, the calmness that doth relish passing well, the quiet conscience that aye bears the bell, and happy musing nature would supply, leaving no room for troubles to rebel. Here would I think all day, at night would lie, the hay my bed, my coverlid the sky. So would I live, as nature might command, taking with providence my wholesome meals, plucking the savoury peascod from the land, where rustic lad oft dainty dinners steals. For drink, I'd his me where the moss conceals the little spring so chary from the sun, then lie and listen to the merry peals of distant bells, all other noises shun, then court the muses till the day be done. Here would high joys my lowly choice requisite, for garden plot I'd choose this flowery lea. Here I in culling nosegays would delight, the lambtoe tuft, the paler culver key, the cricket's mirth were talk enough for me, when talk I needed, and when warm to pray. The little birds my choristers should be, who wear one suit for worship and for play, and make the whole year long one Sabbath day. A thymy hill should be my cushioned seat, an aged thorn with wild hops intertwined, my bower where I from moontide might retreat, a hollow oak would shield me from the wind, or, as might hap, I better shed might find, in gentle spot where fewer paths intrude, the hut of a shepherd swain, with rushes lined. There would I tenant be to solitude, seeking life's gentlest joys to shun the rude, bidding a long farewell to every trouble, the envy and the hate of evil men, feeling cares lessen, happiness redouble, and all I lost as if 'twere found again. Vain life unseen, the past alone known then, no worldly intercourse my mind should have, to lure me backward to its crowded den. Here would I live and die, and only crave the home I choose might also be my grave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Autumn Robin by John Clare, read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Sweet little bird in russet coat, the livery of the closing year, I love thy lonely plaintive note, and tiny whispering song to hear, while on the stile or garden seat I sit to watch the falling leaves. The song thy little joys repeat, my loneliness relieves. And many are the lonely minds that hear and welcome thee anew, not taste alone but humble hinds delight to praise and love thee too. The veriest clown beside his cart turns from his song with many a smile, to see thee from the hedgerow start to sing upon the stile. The shepherd on the fallen tree drops down to listen to thy lay, and childs his dog beside his knee, who barks and frightens thee away. The hedger pauses ere he knocks the stake down in the meadow gap. The boy who every songster mocks forbears the gate to clap. When in the hedge that hides the post thy ruddy bosom he surveys, pleased with thy song in transport lost, he pausing mutters scraps of praise. The maiden marks, at day's decline, thee in the yard, on broken plough, and stops her song to listen thine, milking the brindled cow. Thy simple faith in man's esteem from every heart hath favour won. Dangers thee no danger seem, though seem to court them more than shun. The clown in winter takes his gun, the barn door flocking birds to slay, yet shouldst thou in the danger run, he turns the tube away. The gypsy boy who seeks in glee blackberries for a dainty meal, laughs loud on first beholding thee, when called so near his presence steal. He surely thinks thou know'st the call, and though his hunger ill can spare, the fruit he will not pluck it all, but leave some to thy share. Upon the ditcher's spade thou ill hop, for grubs and wreathing worms to search, where woodmen in the forest chop, though it fearless on their faggots perch. Nay, by the gypsy's camp I stop, and mark thee dwell a moment there, to prune thy wing a while, then drop the littered crumbs to share. Domestic bird, thy pleasant face doth well thy common suit command. To meet thee in a stranger place is meeting with an ancient friend. I track the thicket's glooms around, and there, as loth to leave, again thou comest, as if thou knew the sound, and loved the sight of men. The loneliest wood that man can trace to thee a pleasant dwelling gives. In every town a crowded place the sweet domestic robin lives. Go where one will, in every spot thy little welcome mates appear, and like the daisy's common lot, thou'rt met with everywhere. The swallow in the chimney tier, or twittering martin in the caves, with half of love and half of fear, his mortared dwelling shyly weaves. The sparrows in the thatch will shield, yet they, as well as e'er they can, contrive with doubtful faith to build beyond the reach of man. But thou'rt less timid than the wren, domestic and confiding bird, and spots, the nearest haunts of men, are often for thy home preferred. In garden walls, though it build so low, close where the bunch of fennel stands, that e'en a child just taught to go may reach with tiny hands. Sweet favoured bird, thy undernotes in summer's music grow unknown. Thy concert from a thousand throats leaves thee as if to pipe alone. No listening ear the shepherd lends, the simple ploughman marks thee not, and then by all thy autumn friends thou art missing and forgot. The far famed nightingale that shares cold public praise from every tongue, the popular voice of music airs, and injures much thy under song. Yet then my walks thy theme salutes, I find thee autumn's favoured guest, Gay piping on the hazelled roots above thy mossy nest. 'Tis wrong that thou shouldst be despised when these gay fickle birds appear. They sing when summer flowers are prized, though at the dull and dying year. Well, let the heedless and the gay be praised the voice of louder lays. The joy thou steal'st from sorrow's day is more to thee than praise. And could my notes win aught from thine, my words but imitate thy lay, Time could not then his charge resign, nor throw the meanest verse away, but ever at this mellow time he should thy autumn praise prolong, as they would share the happy prime of thy eternal song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Spring Morning by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. The spring comes in with all her hues and smells, in freshness breathing over hills and dells, o'er woods where May her gorgeous drapery flings, and meads washed fragrant by their laughing springs. Fresh are new-opened flowers, untouched and free from the bold riffling of the amorous bee. The happy time of singing birds is come, and love's lone pilgrimage now finds a home. Among the mossy oaks now coos the dove, and the hoarse crow finds softer notes for love. The foxes play around their dens, and bark in joy's excess, mid woodland shadows dark. The flowers join lips below, the leaves above, and every sound that meets the ear is love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Crab Tree by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Spring comes anew and brings each little pledge that still, as wont, my childish heart deceives. I stoop again for violets in the hedge, among the ivy and old withered leaves, and often mark amid the clumps of sedge the pooty shells I gathered when a boy. But cares have claimed me many an evil day, and chilled the relish which I had for joy. Yet when crab blossoms blush among the may, as erst in years gone by, I scramble now up mid the bramble for my old esteems, filling my hands with many a blooming bough, till the heart-stirring past as present seems, save the bright sunshine of those fairy dreams. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Winter by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Old January, clad in crispy rime, comes limping on, and often makes a stand. The hasty snowstorm ne'er disturbs his time. He mends no pace, but beats his dithering hand. And February, like a timid maid, smiling and sorrowing, follows in his train. Huddled in cloak, of miry roads afraid, she hastens on to meet her home again. Then March, the prophetess, by storms inspired, gazes in rapture on the troubled sky, and now in headlong fury, madly fired, she bids the hailstorm boil and hurry by. Yet 'neath the blackest cloud a sunbeam flings its cheering promise of returning springs. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Old Poesy by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Sweet is the poesy of the olden time, in the unsullied infancy of rhyme, when nature reigned omnipotent to teach, and truth and feeling owned the powers of speech. Rich is the music of each early theme, and sweet as sunshine in a summer dream, giving to stalks and stones, in rapture's strife, a soul of utterance and a tongue of life. Sweet are these wild flowers in their disarray, which art and fashion fling as weeds away, to sport with shadows of inferior kind, mere magic lanthorns of the shifting mind, automatons of wonder-working powers, shadows of life and artificial flowers. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
"'Tis Spring, my love, 'tis Spring," by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. 'Tis spring, my love, 'tis spring, and the birds begin to sing. If 'twas winter left alone with you, your bonny form and face would make a summer place, and be the finest flower that ever grew. 'Tis spring, my love, 'tis spring, and the hazel catkins hing, while the snowdrop has its little blebs of dew. But that's not so white within, and your bosom's hidden skin, that sweetest of all flowers that ever grew. The sun arose from bed, all strewn with roses red, but the brightest and the loveliest crimson place is not so fresh and fair, or so sweet beyond compare, as thy blushing, ever smiling, happy face. I love spring's early flowers, and their bloom in its first hours, but they never half so bright or lovely seem as the blithe and happy grace of my darling's blushing face, and the happiness of love's young dream. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Graves of Infants by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Infants' grave mounds are steps of angels where earth's brightest gems of innocence repose. God is their parent, so they need no tear. He takes them to his bosom from earth's woes. A bud their lifetime and a flower their close. Their spirits are the iris of the skies, needing no prayers, a sunset's happy close. Gone are the bright rays of their soft blue eyes. Flowers weep in dewdrops o'er them, and the gale gently sighs. Their lives were nothing but a sunny shower, melting on flowers as tears melt from the eye. Each death was told on flowers as summer gales went by. They bowed and trembled, yet they heaved no sigh, and the sun smiled to show the end was well. Infants have not to weep for ere they die. All prayers are needless, beads they need not tell. White flowers their mourners are, nature their passing belle. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Home Yearnings by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. For that sweet, untroubled rest that poets oft have sung, the babe upon its mother's breast, the bird upon its young, the heart asleep without a pain. When shall I know that sleep again? When shall I be as I have been upon my mother's breast? Sweet nature's garb of verdant green to woo to perfect rest. Love in the meadow, field, and glen, and in my native wilds again. The sheep within the fallow field, the herd upon the green, the larks that in the thistle shield, and pipe from morn to e'en. Oh, for the pasture, fields, and fen! When shall I see such rest again? I love the weeds along the fen, more sweet than garden flowers, for freedom haunts the humble glen that blessed my happiest hours. Here prison injures health and me. I love sweet freedom and the free. The crows upon the swelling hills, the cows upon the lea, sheep feeding by the pasture rills, are ever dear to me, because sweet freedom is their mate, while I am alone and desolate. I loved the winds when I was young, when life was dear to me. I love the song which nature sung, endearing liberty. I love the wood, the vale, the stream, for there my boyhood used to dream. There even toil itself was play. 'Twas pleasure e'en to weep. 'Twas joy to think of dreams by day, the beautiful of sleep. When shall I see the wood and plain, and dream those happy dreams again? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Love Lives Beyond the Tomb by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. Love lives beyond the tomb, and earth, which fades like dew. I love the fond, the faithful, and the true. Love lives in sleep, 'tis happiness of healthy dreams. Eve's dews may weep, but love delightful seems. 'Tis seen in flowers, and in the morning's pearly dew, in earth's green hours, and in the heaven's eternal blue. 'Tis heard in spring, when light and sunbeams, warm and kind, on angels' wings bring love and music to the mind. And where's the voice, so young, so beautiful, and sweet as nature's choice, where spring and lovers meet? Love lives beyond the tomb, and earth, which fades like dew. I love the fond, the faithful, and the true. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. My Early Home by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. Here sparrows build upon the trees, and stock dove hides her nest. The leaves are winnowed by the breeze into a calmer rest. The blackcap's song was very sweet, that used the rose to kiss. It made the paradise complete. My early home was this. The red breast from the sweet briar bush dropped down to pick the worm. On the horse chestnut sang the thrush. O'er the house where I was born, the moonlight like a shower of pearls fell o'er this bower of bliss, and on the bench sat boys and girls. My early home was this. The old house stooped just like a cave, thatched o'er with mosses green. Winter around the walls would rave, but all was calm within. The trees are here all green again. Here bees the flowers still kiss, but flowers and trees seem sweeter then. My early home was this. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Telltale Flowers by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Kathleen. And has the spring's all glorious eye no lesson to the mind? The birds that cleave the golden sky, things to the earth resigned, wild flowers that dance to every wind, do they no memory leave behind? Aye, flowers, the very name of flowers, that bloom in wood and glen, brings spring to me in winter's hours, and childhood's dreams again. The primrose on the woodland lea was more than gold and lands to me. The violets by the woodland side are thick as they could thrive. I've talked to them with childish pride as things that were alive. I find them now in my distress. They seem as sweet yet valueless. The cowslips on the meadow lea, how have I run for them? I looked with wild and childish glee upon each golden gem, and when they bowed their heads so shy I laughed, and thought they danced for joy. And when a man, in early years, how sweet they used to come, and give me tales of smiles and tears, and thoughts more dear than home. Secrets which words would then reprove, they told the names of early love. The primrose turned a babbling flower within its sweet recess. I blushed to see its secret bower, and turned her name to bless. The violet said the eyes were blue I loved, and did they tell me true? The cowslips, blooming everywhere, my heart's own thoughts could steal. I nipped them that they should not hear. They smiled, and would reveal. And o'er each meadow, right or wrong, they sing the name I've worshipped long. The brook that mirrored clear the sky, full well I know the spot. The mouse ear looked with bright blue eye, and said, "Forget me not." And from the brook I turned away, but heard it many an after day. The kingcup on its slender stalk, within the pasture dell, would picture there a pleasant walk with one I loved so well. It said how sweet at eventide 'twould be, with true love at thy side. And on the pasture's woody knoll I saw the wild bluebell. On Sundays, where I used to stroll with her I loved so well. She called the flowers the year before. These bowed and told the story o'er. And every flower that had a name would tell me who was fair. But those without, as strangers, came and blossomed silent there. I stood to hear, but all alone. They bloomed and kept their thoughts unknown. But seasons now have naught to say, the flowers no news to bring. Alone I live from day to day. Flowers deck the bier of spring, and birds upon the bush or tree all sing a different tale to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To John Milton by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Poet of mighty power, I fain would court the muse that honored thee, and, like Elisha's spirit, gain a part of thy intensity, and share the mantle which she flung around thee when thy lyre was strung. Though factions scorn at first did shun with coldness thy inspired song, though clouds of malice passed thy sun, they could not hide it long. Its brightness soon exhaled away dark night, and gained eternal day. The critic's wrath did darkly frown upon thy muse's mighty lay, but blasts that break the blossom down do only stir the bay, and thine shall flourish green and long in the eternity of song. Thy genius saw in quiet mood gilt fashion's follies pass thee by, and, like the monarch of the wood, towered o'er it to the sky, where thou couldst sing of other spheres, and feel the fame of future years. Though bitter sneers and stinging scorns did throng the muse's dangerous way, thy powers were past such little thorns, they gave thee no dismay. The scoffer's insult passed thee by, thou smilest, and madest him no reply. Envy will gnaw its heart away to see thy genius gather root, and as its flowers their sweets display, scorn's malice shall be mute. Hornets that summer warmed to fly shall, at the death of summer, die. Though friendly praise hath but its hour, and little praise with thee hath been, the bay may lose its summer flower, but still its leaves are green, and thine, whose buds are on the shoot, shall only fade to change to fruit. Fame lives not in the breath of words, in public praises, hue and cry. The music of these summer birds is silent in a winter sky. When thine shall live and flourish on o'er wrecks where crowds of fames are gone, the ivy shuns the city wall when busy, clamorous crowds intrude, and climbs the desolated hall in silent solitude. The time-worn arch, the fallen dome, are roots for its eternal home. The bard his glory ne'er receives where summer's common flowers are seen, but winter finds it when she leaves the laurel only green, and time from that eternal tree shall weave a wreath to honor thee. Naught but thy ashes shall expire, thy genius at thy obsequies shall kindle up its living fire, and light the Muses' skies. Aye, it shall rise and shine and be a sun in song's posterity. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
I Am, Yet What I Am by John Clare. Read for LibriVox.org by Tony Addison. I am, yet what I am, who cares or knows? My friends forsake me like a memory lost. I am the self-consumer of my woes. They rise and vanish, an oblivious host, shadows of life whose very soul is lost. And yet I am, I live, though I am tossed into the nothingness of scorn and noise, into the living sea of waking dreams, where there is neither sense of life nor joys, but the huge shipwreck of my own esteem and all that's dear. Even those I love the best are strange, nay, they are stranger than the rest. I long for scenes where man has never trod, for scenes where woman never smiled or wept, there to abide with my Creator God, and sleep as I in childhood sweetly slept, full of high thoughts unborn. So let me lie, the grass below, above the vaulted sky. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of poems by John Clare.